shoot a video right here.
You think we should shoot it right now?
Yeah, might as well.
You rolling?
I'm rolling.
Start the beat.
Come on.
Real world shit. Hey, real world shit, man.
Steve-O go crazy.
Hey, every move is calculated. I do numbers calculator. You don't got my cash or payment, push it, boy, I'ma catch you later. Rhyme with that soul snatcher, just in case I catch a hater. I don't need a entourage, I come by myself like a masturbator. Bitches say I'm captivating, but you know I ain't Captain Saver. I might pull up roof missing, the whip done got decapitated. Take a bad bitch and I grip her firm and tell her affirmations like, babe, you bad as fuck, but you look good whenever you take it. Ain't nobody taking shit from me, never. Yeah, if they ever say they did, they all kept. New era, the type of nigga to get a relationship, cheat and go tell her. See, I'm the type to walk in the bank, have a relationship with the teller. Like a traffic light that stuck on red, I cannot go for nothing. Ask my mama about her oldest son. She know before I starve, I get it with forces like I'm Obi-Wan. If I'm feeling stuck, I jump in a book, then I go learn me something. You nigga be dumb as hell. You can be the toughest, I'ma be the smartest nigga. Yeah, it took him a while to get my art, my shit not artificial. You could blow up, fake it fast, your shit gon' probably fall off quicker. Yeah, my shit is infinite, just like an 8 whenever you flip it to sideways. Nigga, I pullin' profit, just like niggas pullin' driveways. I can't take the high road, nigga, this the road that I paid. I can't say too much about it, I thought I told you crime pays. Thought I told you. Hey, every move is calculated, I do numbers calculator. You don't got my cash or payment, push it, boy, I'ma catch you later. Rhyme with that soul snatcher, just in case I catch a hater. I don't need a entourage, I come by myself like a masturbator. Bitches say I'm captivating, but you know I ain't Captain Saver. I might pull up roof missing, the whip done got decapitated. Take a bad bitch and I grip her firm and tell her affirmation like, hey, you bad. Y'all thought I'd be playing when I said they be trying to kick me out the mouth shit, and I still just be rapping. I don't be capping. Real world business, man. No entourage out right now. Go stream that, run it up. Send it to your mama and your mama. That's what I'm saying. Real world.
Spit the 50 on my right wrist and that bitch ain't even no roller. Spit the 50 on my left wrist and that bitch right there by roller. Diamonds from Africa. Diamonds from Africa. Diamonds from Africa. Spit the 50 for Miss Pinky Boogers in my pinky ring. Spit the 50 for the fruit of pebbles in the bezel. Now they call it boy bling bling. Diamonds from Africa. 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 Yes, diamonds from Africa. Akon boogers in my pinky ring. 2 blue fake rollers on my wrist side me. I stopped my bezel with a 50 piece. Curving Bobby Brown and wit. I been wing still going in my kit. Huh? Peacock diamonds on all of my bitches. Yeah, they go hard in the kid. In the kitchen whipping. Can you hear me now? Diamonds in my ear. Bitch gonna fuck with no queer. Turn the bitch on the real BB chandelier. Nigerian trafficker, diamond from Africa. Giuseppe Zebras on my feet is a shocker. Bitch, I'm a chopper, turn rap. Get you with the gas, throwing away the brick wrap. Still with the get a nigga kidnapped. Put a bummed up blue hunters on a nigga 50 cap. The shit on my wrist make him go crush his stone. Looking like he got beat by Moses Malone. Fugazi Cubans in your Cuban link. Boy, your jeweler up be making diamonds at home. Hell is you doing? The fuck is you on? Sun outside got clouds in your stone. Spin the fit on your wrist and that bitch ain't a roller. But they treat your ass out a whole lot of guacamole. Long way. Fit on my right wrist and that bitch ain't even no roller. Spit the 50 on my left wrist and that bitch right there by polar. Diamonds from Africa. Diamonds from Africa. Diamonds from Africa. Spin the 50 for Miss Pinky Boogers in my pinky ring. Spin the 50 for the fruit of pebbles in the bezel. Now they call it boy bling bling. Diamonds from Africa. 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 Diamonds from Africa.
Giuseppe stepping in safari. Just straight from the plane, hop in the Rari. Diamond shopping in the tropical forest. My life like a movie, just my money. Came a long way for chicken onion. Expect the cat to double law coming. With so many dead guys in my dump. Nigga better go call the go bus. Ain't even had to say nothing. She looked at my watch and she know I hustle. Damn nigga, I feel sorry for her. Your bitch in my line and I ain't gon' fuck. Plugging, no trust and no love. My neck and my watch is cuss. On the socket I go around plugging young niggas. They come to your hood and start dumb. So many diamonds I look like a rap. Me and Pee-wee, we gon' see the embassy. Come back with bricks, bam, strong, nigga. You be flexed like a rush. Cut it. Diamond came in the nest. Rockin' my jelly to 50 that fashion. Got my neighbor to harass it. They keep seeing me throw away all these big rats.
The 50 on my right wrist and that bitch ain't even no roller. Spit the 50 on my left wrist and that bitch right there by roller. Diamonds.
Your body's beat by the window seat. Little eyes look high up into blues and stars. I wanna surrender to those cosmic skies, whispering spells about what it means to be wise. Those glittering whites and shooting comets, milky bands that speak golden sonnets, intergalactic Janet, Janet from another planet. Intergalactic Janet, Janet from another planet. Energy speaks. Listen while you sleep. Let it clarify knowledge you've always known. Baby, you're under all these clouds, mystifying, terrifying. Life on the ground. Take you to the place where gravity falls. Take you to the place where you feel the cold. You know who to Intergalactic Janet, Janet from another planet. Ooh, sundown away, sundown today, sundown
Yo. 2 guns up, everybody get down. If you heard that phrase, then you really know 40. Back then was the same old story, something on my hip like a walkie-talkie. But there's no communication when I'm in a nation. P-line, damn corky. Got a show in the crowd, there's 1,000. Told the promoters I'll be there shortly. Sweet one, trying to get my attention. Tell her it's cool as I'm out just pouting. Deep down there's a stretch, no doubt. I'm trying to smash bros like Captain Falcon. But the game is the game, I guess. Can't say that I stress for the fee-bone specimen. Cause I was in a tea house scheming. Runners, they had more dark than melanin. It's imperative. Enemies keep them close like relatives. I was down in the dumps and negative. Came right back, Hector, Bellerin. Now I'm coming out taking a sedative. No competition, but still competitive. Plus, the Jezebel's predative. Want it raw like a pick unedited. Not credited. Even though I made vast improvements. Hopping the coupe, push start, I'm cruising. When they look at their past, they're fuming. I'm one step ahead like Arsene Lupin. Boy, can't be a part of this movement. Barbies think with the hardest humans. Still target my target booting, regardless of any other armies trooping.
Well, if you come to visit me in Toronto, I mean, you could always go see the St. Mark's Market. What are you up to tonight? Because it's late in London now. And yeah, we could definitely like FaceTime or call or whatever you want to do.
2 guns up, everybody get down. If you heard that phrase, then you really know 40. Back then was the same old story, something on my hip like a walkie-talkie. But there's no communication when I'm in a nation, P-land, I'm corky. Got a show in the crowd, there's 1,000, told the promoters I'll be there shortly. Sweet one, trying to get my attention, tell her it's cool as I'm about just pouting. Deep down there's a stretch, no doubt, I'm trying to smash bros like Captain Falcon. But the game is the game, I guess, can't say that I stress for the fee-bone specimen. Cause I was in a tea house scheming, runners, they had more dark than melanin.
All right. What's going on, y'all? Shout outs to everybody here. We are back. Give me 1 second. We are absolutely back. I am your gracious host, DJ Kuda, right back at the helm of today's show. Got a lot of stuff to talk about on today's show. Well, good to see everybody. You know, we here. Good afternoon to everybody. And good evening to some. Almost evening time, on the East Coast. Shout outs to Cynical One in the building as always. Morbid Trinity, what's going on, player? Good to see you. Y'all, please make sure y'all hit the like button, support the show. I've been going ham on these shows lately, man. Definitely, y'all support is needed, to keep these shows going. If you guys are enjoying the shows, I make sure I'm a part of, your weekly routine. Make sure I show up all the time to make sure to give you guys, some really good content, So definitely, your support is needed. Without further ado, I'm not gonna say that much. We're just gonna get straight into the content. I got some stuff loaded up, and we're just gonna get into some of the stuff that's going on this weekend. So, not too much news on the. Well, it's a lot actually. There's a lot of stuff that I haven't really covered. When I say not too much news, I mean just stuff. There's a lot that I haven't covered. There's a lot of news, but it's a little bit more the same from what I have already covered. When it comes to it, pertaining to Diddy case and stuff like that, and what's going on. But here's a continuation of what's going on with Cassie being sued. We're gonna get back into 4Extra losing his hand. Just a lot of stuff to cover. You know. Oh yeah, it is Mac Dre Day today. That's interesting. I keep forgetting you're a West Coaster at heart, Morbid. But yeah, please hit the Cash App. Please hit the Super Chat. Please hit the PayPal. Oh wait, we don't have a Super Chat. That's why I definitely your support is needed, guys. All right. So let's make today's show a success. Um, let's get into it. It's player talk. Give me 1 second. I'm finished setting up the show. These shows take a lot of energy out of you, man. But let's get it.
All right, welcome back, everybody. Welcome, kings and queens. Today we are talking Cassie Ventura, y'all, which is kind of some spillover from the Diddy trial. Wow. Clayton Howard has come out and he's doubling down. And basically what he's saying is he's tried to work behind the scenes with Cassie. He attempted to settle with her, to negotiate with her as a victim, the same way she attempted to negotiate and work behind the scenes with Diddy. And he's saying that she's not moving. She refuses to acknowledge his position in all of this as a victim. And man, he gave a very, very detailed statement. But before we get into that, I want to roll the clip and just do a live reaction with those of you that are tuned in real time. Let me ask you this. Some people are saying that Cassie probably should have sat this one out, taken her $30 million,
And bounce.
and rode off into the sunset with her children and her family. What are your thoughts? Do you believe that the government had her best interest at heart when asking her to come to that trial, 9 months pregnant, due any day, to sit there through grueling testimony day after day after day? Or do you think the government had their own interests in mind? Do you think this was a healthy start for her giving birth to her third child? And the reason why I ask these tough questions, I don't think this is what she envisioned, for her third child. I don't think it's going to, let me go back. I don't believe this is what she envisioned, when giving birth to her third child. Motherhood is supposed to be a beautiful thing when we think about it, right? You go home, you rest, your husband, your family, your other children are doting on you. They're doting on the new baby. I believe this is just the beginning for Cassie, in which I believe to be a very, very rocky roller coaster ride. And I wonder, had she made the decision to not testify, if any of this would be happening. I also wonder if there's going to be other male escorts coming out to say, listen,
Oh, it's gonna be a lot of them. There's gonna be a lot of them. This is gonna get even worse. You know what I'm saying? When it comes to Cassie and Diddy. I mean, like I said, what fucked it up is that they kept focusing on his sex life, and bringing, like I said, all of those guys ain't gonna be able to go on a whole tour like the Punisher did. So bringing that up, they pulled these guys into it.
me too, was a victim of Cassie Ventura. Y'all, this is a hot mess, and we're going to talk about it. For those of you who are just tuned in, or if you're new to the channel, welcome to the palace. I am Queen Sheba. I cover a variety of hot topics specific to reality television, but most importantly, I hone in on the psychological and the behavioral traits of the Black experience.
Subscribe now.
Yeah, Clayton Howard has come out and he's talking. And many of you are saying, go back to where you came from. We don't care. You're not a victim. You're just a sex toy. You're a prostitute. You're an escort. He's saying, no, I want you to treat me. And I want you to give me the same empathy, the same regard that you give to women, that you've given to Cassie, you've given to Jane Doe. And I'm going to play his video in the clip, very extensive. He's saying that there's a lot of women, in particular, Black women, whom he's disappointed in. Because y'all, these are my words now, this is Clayton. Clayton Howard is saying, y'all don't keep the same energy when it comes to men being victimized, and you think it's a game and you want people to take you serious. But when a man comes out and say, I too am a victim.
No, but this is where it gets weird. They don't care about no man being no damn escort. That shit is really for the women. They don't give a damn about no man being an escort and what the hell a gigolo got to go through and all kinds of shit like that. And then it's even worse if you ain't gay. You got to go out of your way to be straight, to be some male escort and shit like that. So if you ain't on the L Gibbet side of the game, shit, I ain't gonna lie. A lot of these dudes would probably better off be faking like they gay for pay at this point. Because this is where the pay comes into place. If they pretend like they one way and they get a certain other group of people somewhat involved, well, there go your payout. But anyway.
You guys, listen to it for yourselves. Here we go.
So people already think they're gay.
Good morning. I am Dave, the man who has just sued Cassandra Ventura for damages involved in the Sean Combs sex trafficking trial. And I'm looking through social media and I see a lot of the women out there, particularly black women like myself, who choose to
Okay, there he goes.
victim shame me and try to do everything they can to
He look a lot different, man. All right. He look a lot different. What's going on, Tampa? Good to see you, player.
discredit me, because the truth is that the loss of the Sean Combs trial was a loss to the Me Too movement and to hating women like the women who are trying to insult me.
Hold on. He said the loss of the Sean Combs trial was a loss. Oh, he's saying that people are upset because the Me Too movement took a hit. Do you agree with him? Do you agree with him? Let's continue.
So let me tell you something, you women out there who would like to insult me. This is my story. I was paid by Cassie, Cassandra Ventura, for 8 years to be her male provider. I didn't
Wow. 8 years, he's saying that he was paid. Now, I do know Jonathan Odie. Are you familiar with Jonathan Odie, who the FBI pulled in because of some act that he did outside of the freak offs, right? And in that interrogation room, Jonathan Odie actually stated, "I am a male slave to Cassie Ventura." And everybody thought it was funny. Get out of here. There's no way. You know, he's aged. He's put on a little bit of weight, and the drugs. The drugs just not have been good to him, baby. So there's no way she would touch you. But come to find out, as the legal documents were entered into play as evidence, come to find out he was telling the truth. He was. I think he said for 9 years. So now you have this gentleman that says, "Listen, I also am a victim and was a male sex slave to Cassie." Now, here's the thing. If we go back and we review the transcripts, one thing that Cassie said, one of her final closing arguments, right? Her statements from the witness stand as she ended the 4 days of grueling testimony is, "I worked as a sex slave. That was my primary job within the Combs enterprise." This man is saying, "I worked as a sex slave. That was my primary job on the behalf of Cassie Ventura." Where do y'all stand with this revelation? Do you believe him? Do you not believe him? And if you don't believe him, why?
Didn't have to be the best looking guy. I was the best in bed. And because I was the best in bed, guess what? I was given this arrangement. I was coerced. I was drugged. I was manipulated with promises of money and
Okay. This is his argument. He's utilizing the same argument that the women who took the stand as key witnesses for the government has utilized. I was coerced. I was fed drugs. There were promises made of gifts and money. Is he a victim, to those of you that are tuned in?
and gifts for over a period of 8 years to continue to be this woman's provider at her expense and at the expense of Diddy.
I want to hone in on the 8-year part. Cassie was with Diddy to the tune of about 10 years. So there was probably about, I'm going to say either he came in 2 years after the relationship began, or he left 2 years before the relationship ended. I just wanted to point that out. So for a bulk of the relationship that she was with Diddy, he was also with her.
Now, at the time, legally, I didn't know my rights as well as I do now. I didn't create this conflict with Cassandra Ventura. She created it with me. She's the one who decided to bring up things that happened over 10 to 15 years ago to hold Sean Combs accountable for what was a partial truth.
Excellent point. He said Cassie came out and decided to take that stand to hold him accountable after holding him accountable. Follow me closely. Clayton Howard is claiming in this video, "Listen, I didn't start this. I was minding my own business somewhere in the cut, and all of a sudden somebody say my name. I don't want this out there. Why would you go do that after getting $30 million, $20 million from Combs, 10 from the Intercontinental Hotel, and bring up my business? Now you're forcing me to go into this defensive position. I reach out to you behind the scenes. Listen, I'm just summarizing it for you, okay? I'm making it make sense. I reach out to behind the scenes to try to work with you offline, and you look at me as if. So here I am.
She's the person who introduced me to the U.S. Attorney's Office. She's the person who told the U.S. Attorney's Office about our relationship.
Wow. Wow. Hold on.
See, well, the what you call it, they probably put her they probably put her in a fucked up position because for her to get y'all gotta remember, for her to get immunity, she gotta cooperate. For her to get immunity, she gotta cooperate. So that right there in and of itself is crazy.
Why would the okay. Actually, this, if you want to, he has an extensive, in-depth interview if you go to Tasha K's page, where he kind of breaks down, well, not kind of, where he goes into great detail regarding why he believes the feds, the government, did not call him to the stand as a key witness. He said he wasn't for Diddy or Cassie. The things that he was willing to say and the things that he was going to say on that stand would implicate both of them. He said there was no coercion. Diddy didn't coerce her. He's going to go into detail, and he did go into detail. He said, as a matter of fact,
He should have been at the fucking court at the case then. Johnny come lately. Pause. Because we're talking about a gigolo, so that pause.
Cassie, Mark Agnifilo, argued the same point. He says Cassie has a huge appetite for sex, more so than the men, and would want to go and go and go and go and go. Do y'all believe that? Is it important for you to have all of the details in this messy saga? Or are you only interested in what
Now we about to have another goofy case wrapped around sex involving Cassie.
the women have to say? Because according to Clayton Howard, you guys don't want to hear anything. This is him, not me. He's saying y'all don't want to hear anything. You women are so biased. You're only interested in what the women have to say, which may or
If y'all don't know, he claims that she deleted their child that they had, which would have definitely been some paper. What's going on, Nimons? Happy 4th to you, man. Good to see you, brother. Um, and also too, on top of that, um, he said she gave him, the STD. So let's go.
may not be the truth, and you have no interest in hearing all of the details. Let's continue.
Of course.
So, in essence, those out there who want to hate on me, who want to say that I'm attacking Cassie, you should realize the truth that Cassandra Ventura, your idol, did this to herself.
I'm not going to say he's attacking Cassie. I think that's a low blow. I think it's a
No, he going
lowbrow
after
argument.
Cassie.
I think this is a person that's coming forward as a witness, as a victim, and saying, here is my story. Everybody's temperament is different. Some of you don't want to hear it. Some of you say, you know what? Hold on. Be quiet, everybody. Let me listen. Let me hear the man out. If he's a victim, I have a heart for victims. I need to hear it. Me personally, I'm the type of person, I'm technical. I want to hear everything. And then I'll come to a conclusion after each party has identified
No,
themselves.
that's not technically technical. That's being nosy. When you have enough experience and stuff like that, you know how things go. You don't need to hear everything. Spare yourself the details. Humans are not as complicated as people try to make them out to be. There's only but so many variations of the same thing. Granted, there's but so many hours in a day. Save yourself some time.
themselves in their role in all of this.
She exposed herself to liability when she got on the stand and decided to mention me as the male escort who was with her when she overdosed and Diddy made her have sex with him. That was a lie, people. Cassie had
What
just
Cassie probably need to do with him is what Diddy did with her. Break him off some money and make him go away. Settle out. That's what happens when you're rich. She don't know because I guess she had to get approval from Diddy, but when you're rich, people come after you, for money. Basically how she going after Diddy. So it's in your best interest to shut the hell up. I think she forgot she not the only victim.
woke up from sleeping 8 hours. Myself and Sean Combs were exhausted. We wanted to go home. Cassie's the one who forced that sexual encounter.
I will say this, and I don't know if it's Clayton Howard. I'm going to have to go back and look at my notes. And I jokingly said, based on the testimony and the evidence that was entered into the courtroom as an exhibit, there was a text message exchange between Cassie and a male escort where he actually had just left the hotel and Cassie's like, hey, come back. And he's like, whoa. And I don't know which escort it is, but I'm going to go back through my notes. As a matter of fact, let me go look. But let me tell you, the escort, Cassie's saying, I need you to come back. And he's saying, whoa, I need more than an hour of rest. I know that you're a rabbit and you can go and go and go, but I need to rest. So I can say there may be a level of truth to this. Give me 1 second. I want to check my notes to see who it was. All right. So I'm able to go through my notes really quick. And let me just give, I don't even want to say a trigger warning. Let me give a warning in 5, 4, 3, 2, 1. This guy, this gentleman that was claiming that he was a sex slave for Cassie and also is a victim of Cassie's, there may be or there could be some validity to this. As I'm going through some of the notes that I've taken while in the courtroom, there was some very explicit text messages that were exchanged between Dave, that's him, Clayton Howard. They actually nicknamed.
What's funny is that they take Cassie's word for it. But when a man says something, oh, let me go check my notes and, oh my God, there could be some validity. Whereas if Cassie just said something, oh, this is automatic validity. All right.
Him in their devices, she and Diddy had him
Psychology specialist, huh?
labeled as SC. And basically, Cassie's texting in June of 2013, Cassie's texting both Diddy and the sex slave. But what she's saying to Diddy is, I can't wait until we have a baby of our own. And she's texting back and forth with Dave, the gentleman you see on the screen.
I knew she was pregnant.
And they're exchanging. And he says, I want to put that P on my face. Okay. I do believe this is the same gentleman where Cassie tried to get him to come back after a night in LA, and he said that he needed, and y'all, it's very explicit. And this gentleman is claiming that Cassie gave him an STD. And I made a note here that Diddy and Cassie exchanged messages about getting tested regarding a possible STD. Here's the problem with some of the text messages that were introduced as evidence. They didn't want us to see everything, so there was some gaps. But Diddy did respond to her, you got to be careful. And she's like, I'm waiting. I'm going to go get some tests done. He's like, we got to be very, very careful. But let's continue this. And I'll continue to go through my notes. Give me 1 second. Hold on. There we go.
People, she tells you that Sean Combs made
And I'm telling you too, and it's just the nature of how some of this stuff goes, y'all. I wouldn't be surprised if Cassie used some of these escorts to try to make Diddy jealous. You know what I'm saying? Which is super obvious. Um you got to remember the escorts really are the definition of really no strings attached. And the messages are in her phone, not Diddy's phone. So you don't have any uh uh you really don't have any escorts texting Diddy like that. So let's get it.
her have sex on her menstrual cycle. I can't speak for anyone else but myself. But I know the one time that did happen, that Sean Combs was not responsible for that. That Cassie,
What's going on, Eric Bird? Good to see you, brother.
in a drunken, intoxicated, hormonally imbalanced state due to her period, manipulated
36 minutes into the madness. Please hit the like button, support the show. Definitely, we need to hit our goal today. We are super behind our support. Please hit the like button and support the show. It's Player Talk Radio. Let's get it.
and forced herself on me during her menstrual cycle. And what I mean by that is I had no knowledge she was on
Shout outs to Eric Bird in the place to be. Eric Bird said, yep, the original buddies, yeah.
her menstrual cycle because the room was completely dark. She manipulated the room. She manipulated the environment to get what she wanted, and then she totally got up like I was the one who should have been grateful. You're on.
Wow. He's saying he has a hard stop. And his stop is if you're on your menstrual cycle, that's a no for me as a man. It doesn't matter if I'm an escort. It doesn't matter if some of you think I'm the bottom of the barrel. I have standards and I have no desire to engage in a woman that's on her menstrual cycle. That's the first thing.
See, the reason why a lot of people ain't gonna really take a guy that says I'm a male and I'm an escort, they ain't gonna take his, especially if he's heterosexual, they ain't gonna take him seriously because, first of all, he's not a part of the L Gibbet. And he's like, he's kind of borderline tiptoeing on that shit. Second of all, it's not supposed to be liberating for him because men are supposed to be disposable. So what the hell is quote unquote bodily autonomy to him when men are supposed to be disposable? So he's supposed to get treated like shit.
He's also saying, listen, you forced me to do that because you didn't disclose that to me and give me the choice and or the option to decline. You manipulated the room. It was dark. I didn't see. I didn't have a choice. So you actually forced yourself. This is what the man is saying, y'all. We give it to you straight over here. Okay, we don't just push what we want you to hear. I'm telling you what he's saying. I'm giving it back to you in layman's terms. And I'm also trying to corroborate my notes to see if there's any mentioning of this to see if there's any validity to his argument. I did go back. There was a text exchange between Cassie and Diddy. Hold on, where she did mention that she was on her cycle. And that was, let me tell you this. What date was that? She did mention that. I do remember that being entered into evidence by the prosecution, and also a special agent testified to that as they were going through the charts and verifying that everything that was entered as exhibits was accurate. Okay, so there was a text message exchange, and maybe he wasn't aware of that. Cassie did at one point during one encounter tell Diddy that she was unavailable because of that. Now, that may not have been in regard to the instance that he was speaking on, but I can clarify that both things can be true at one time.
You're on your period. That's disgusting, and I deserved more respect than that. As a man, if I had laid down with a woman and forced myself on her and orgasmed in her and she got up and it was leaking out of her, guess what? I would have raped her. So by statute, by case law definition, Cassandra Ventura sexually assaulted me.
Wow. 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 Clayton, Howard, Dave, aka Clayton, is saying, I didn't know my rights then, but I know them now. And the more I go deeper down this legal rabbit hole, I'm learning that me too. Are you open to hearing his story? Do you believe him?
No one
Do you
cares.
not believe him?
No one cares.
And then I want to go a little bit deeper. What stops you? If you're like, hell no, I don't believe him. What stops you? Have you done an assessment and said, why am I not open to hearing his story? See what you come up with. It'll be interesting. If you feel like sharing, please share. Please share in the chat.
I'm not looking to destroy Cassie. I've given Cassie more than a year to settle this before things got out of control. The problem is she's being supported by women like you who would choose to attack male victims instead of accept the truth, which is that a woman could have lied to get revenge on the ex-boyfriend.
Wow. My question is now, I want to be nosy, Clayton. How much are you asking for? Cassie was asking for $30 million. At the end of the day, she walked away with 20. And we're going to assume that Diddy gave that $30 million, but 33 and a third probably was allotted to taxes and also a combination of attorney fees. How much are you asking for? I'm going to ask the hard questions. That's what I want to know. How much are you asking for? And let me say this, Diddy and Cassie, I found my other note that they had a close call with with STD. There he could be. Listen, I don't know. Oh, he said chlamydia. He's claiming that Cassie claimed on his claim in his in-depth interview on Tasha K that Cassie gave him chlamydia. Let's continue.
Who broke her heart and hurt her. It happens, people. They say hell hath no fury like a woman scorned, and that's true. If you hurt some women, they will do everything in their power. If you hurt some men, they'll do everything in their power.
Yeah, well, yeah, chlamydia is common amongst young women around 22, 23, 24, 25.
To hurt you. But I want to end this by saying this. Cassie did this to herself. They say he who sets out on the course of revenge should dig 2 graves. People, Cassie dug the grave that is Clayton Howard herself. Cassie got on the stand trying to destroy Diddy. She should have took her $20-30 million and walked into the sunset.
Dang,
people.
now he's saying
I have
it.
to agree.
Now he's saying it. He like, I'm on her ass. She should have took that money and ran the hell off. Dang. Y'all, we said this the other day. Now he's saying it. Shit.
This is just my personal belief. As a woman that's pregnant, I don't know if her being on the stand in that moment was the best situation for her. You know, I get it. As a victim, you're wanting to come forward and help other women and open up the door for other women to feel safe and comfortable. But sometimes you got to be a little selfish. Sometimes it's okay to look at the government and say, get somebody else to do it. Not today. I'm pregnant. I'm pregnant with my
Man, her ass will be going to jail. Y'all niggas act like she had the luxury to say that shit. She's hell no.
third child. I'm due any day now. Now is not the time. I'm not willing to risk my pregnancy. Also, I'm not willing to risk my reputation. I've just received $30 million. I want to sit this one out. I feel like I've done enough. So I'm going to call a timeout, and I understand the gravity and the importance of this case. And I really want to help you, but not today. I'm not in a position. I'm not in a mindset. And physically, I am preparing my womb to push out a beautiful baby. I don't know. That would have been me. Prioritizing the maternal health of my child. So not only that, what type of support is she going to receive from the government, the big bad wolf, when these escorts come to blow her house down under the same clause and the same laws that the government is saying are holding Diddy accountable for. You get what I'm saying? Over the past few weeks, as I've been covering this trial, I've been very, very intentional on laying it out and saying it and calling it like it is. I said, this is a legal game of chess. And if you don't know all of the players on the board, sometimes.
Well, her lawyers that got her into this mess, they know it's like a double whammy. So it's like, hey, hire us again. We'll get rid of it. But they kind of got her into it.
It's just best to sit back and observe before you make your next move. And not only that, being able to anticipate the moves of each and every player that you've come into contact with over the course of however many years that you were engaged in these sexual freak-offs. Did I ever offend anybody? Was I ever the aggressor? Can my actions, can anything be utilized against me? I know I've received immunity in this case, but what about over here? Am I protected from any ounce of a lawsuit? And if the government could not answer that for me, then get somebody else to do it, especially if I'm 9 months pregnant. No, sir. Yes, I understand I'm a victim, but I've received my due diligence. I've received my restitution. I'm good on Diddy. If what you say, I don't know, that would have been a position that I would have taken. Me, period. And not because I don't want to help other victims, but shit, I'm pregnant. I'm due any day now. Can I rest? Can I put my feet up? And now you've just opened Pandora's box. You've just opened Pandora's box. Will the government step in to provide any level of support? Did Cassie's testimony serve her, or did it serve the government, or is it a combination of both? Man.
People, she should have never gotten on the stand and created further liability for herself by telling more of the lie that she created to get this man sent to prison for his life. She made a mistake when she got on the stand, people. She made a mistake when she got on the stand and lied about the events with Clayton Howard.
Okay, that's his qualm. I was listening for his qualm. His qualm with Cassie is, you brought this to fruition. You told it, but you didn't tell it all. Y'all, not my words, but his. And not only did you not tell it all, you didn't really provide accurate details of the role that you played, nor did you take and accept accountability. And you lied on me. You lied on me. You're the one who introduced me you introduced me to all of these people. And for whatever reason, the government decided that I wasn't good enough. And I want to talk about that. Listen, we're going to get into it. He believes that he was not chosen by the government as a key witness because he felt like he was too profound for them, that he was not going to protect either Diddy or Cassie. I'm going to say this, Clayton. I think the government was biased against you. They have an aesthetic bias.
Obviously.
Y'all, let's talk about it. We do that over here. Come on. Let's not act like the government chose some of the best looking people to put on the stand. People that would be deemed credible, whether they were credible or not. Okay. And a lot of these people were fair-skinned people on the outside.
Uh-oh.
Clayton, unfortunately, you didn't make the cut because we talk about this all the time over here. I don't care what anybody else got going on. So please don't compare my commentary to what anybody else has going on. Don't compare my commentary to.
So she's trying to say the Punisher only got somewhat justice because he was light-skinned? Oh, boy.
Mainstream media. I don't work for them. We as content creators get to say what we choose to say. And I like to go there. I hone in on the psychological and the behavioral traits of the Black experience. Clayton, they didn't feel that you were worthy enough based on your looks. They didn't want to get in bed with you. They used you. They listened to you and they closed the door on you. And that's the biases that you will see in situations like this, where it's like, he's too crusty, he's too black, he's too dirty, I don't like his, let's not use him. Oh, she's beautiful.
Yeah, he should have been the main one.
He's a good looking kid. Let's get Brendan in here, white boy.
The main one up there.
graduate, Syracuse graduate, nice family. That's better. Oh, yeah, this is better. Listen, it is what it is. Okay. Let's not act like it don't exist because it does. It's a game of chess. Chess. Everyone is here to win. And I'm going to pick the best players. You were solid intellectually. You were solid with your vernacular. However, they just didn't want to get in a sandbox with you. They didn't. It has nothing to do with, in my opinion, that you would hold both Diddy and Cassie accountable. You didn't pass the sniff test. And white people have biases. White people discriminate. Those 6 white women looked at you. They probably looked at your fingernails. They assessed you. They did a one over real quick, saw your do-rag on your head and said, hell no. I'm just telling you. I'm just putting it out there to y'all. The shit that...
And that's the crazy part too, man. And you see a lot of people talking about this. I remember on the last show I mentioned, you know, you got to be 2 different guys. You know, I be telling you guys that dating ain't shit. It's the real game is in the relationship, and you got to be 2 different guys to really do both. But people are putting out shows talking about your future man hates your exes, or they don't want to know about the guys that you've dated in reverse. Nah, it ain't even about that. Women hide the guys that they dated in reverse because you gonna gain some sense and start asking questions like, damn, a motherfucker really had to be Diddy to get around Cassie, and here go a guy that looks like this that actually got her pregnant. One day y'all will listen to what I'm telling y'all. And it first starts with y'all hitting the like button and supporting the show via PayPal, Cash App. I'm telling you, you got guys like this that will get a once in a lifetime chance to do certain things. And not even a couple times in a lifetime. Y'all don't understand. A woman's ex and who she deals with, even the next and soon to be ex, will tell you a lot. If you know what to look for. If you don't know what to look for, then that information just, But I'm telling you, man, a guy like this, if y'all listen to these dudes on the internet, should never have gotten around Cassie, much less got her pregnant. What's going on, party? Good to see you, bro. What's up with it? So, while dudes are up here telling y'all and women are up here telling y'all, spray and pray. Oh, you need to have 6 figures. You need to this. You need to that. You blah, blah, blah. You blah, blah, blah. Yeah, okay. Yeah, okay. Like I said, women create rules for guys that they don't like, and they break rules for guys that
people
they do.
don't talk about. I'll say it. That's why, Clayton.
It don't matter if no nigga's no damn gigolo. It's about proximity and having opportunity.
Now, here's the same thing. Banna came up there, whom I believe is still struggling and challenged with using substances, right? Very bad witness. Not strong, not credible. Clearly, the defense poked holes in her testimony. Clearly, she got up there and lied. To me, she was lying. Couldn't even validate her own story. Horrible witness. But they saw more value in her.
Right, party. But I mean that's what come with it. I mean, no pun intended. She a high class hoe. Not even a high class hoe, but the trinkets and stuff that she'd be around. Yeah, you know. Yeah, it's not gonna make them act any better, Eric Bird. It's not gonna make them act any better. And guys that are good with women know this. That's why with guys in this space, but y'all, man, y'all seen what they did to me when I spoke out. Now every single one of them sounding like me. Now all of a sudden they reverse their channel message and stuff like that, and all of a sudden all of these guys are running around here and have a disgust for tricks. This place is fake. Newfound disgust for tricks and stuff like that. Actively had people around here preaching to y'all the trick and telling y'all that, see, that's where my money comes into play. My money's gonna get her to act right. No, it's not. And then what people don't understand is that shit, if your money can't get you to act right, she definitely ain't gonna act right. You trying to use money to get something to act right is already in the wrong. Even when you have money, listen to me when I tell you this as a man. Even when you have money, you can't afford to be a tyrant. You can't afford to be the tyrant. Yeah, now all of a sudden they believe in mouthpiece. You see what I'm saying? Some game niggas around here is owed an apology. What's going on, Techrel? Good to see you, bro. Almost an hour into the madness. Y'all please hit the like button, support the show. We are far behind on our goal. Shout outs to everybody that came over to movie night. Had a great time. That was an interesting movie. We're gonna talk about that soon too. But please hit the like button, y'all. Please support the show. Hit the PayPal, hit the Cash App, hit the PayPal, hit the Cash App. You said, damn, Cassie was having a blast. Absolutely. Out of all of them, she was having a blast. She had more fun than Diddy, that's for sure. Yeah, game is game. And lame is lame too. She Diddy Jr. I told you she just as bad, if not worse. The women are usually worse. The women usually keep the guys like Diddy in the game longer than what they should be. You know what I'm saying? The women usually keep guys in the game longer than what they should be. Guys got to make all of these provisions and stuff like that to make sure they got what they need. They comfortable. And I'm not even gonna lie, they act the same way with guys that don't have money. They just become a bigger tyrant when you know what I'm saying, with guys with money. You understand what I'm saying? They're gonna be a tyrant anyway. You know. It's just that, if you're gonna be a tyrant on that level, it needs to be accommodated.
Than they did with you. And even though she had a jacked up lawsuit written by Tyrone Blackburn, and even though she admitted under oath that she lied about being sexually assaulted by Diddy, they still saw more value in her than you. So, Clayton, it may have been a blessing to you that these nice six white people didn't see you valuable. Y'all, every door that closes doesn't mean rejection. And if we're talking about on a spirit level, the spirit doesn't know any type of negativity. Either it's a lesson or it's an opportunity. This is just an opportunity, if you are a victim, Clayton, for you to tell your story. You don't need six white women to do that. You turn on your phone, you turn on your camera, now listen, and you tell your story. But I'm going to challenge you to do the same thing that you're challenging Cassie to do. If what you say is true, that's all you have to worry about. But if what you say is not true, Just like you're saying karma is finding her, karma will find you. That's just the way it goes. There is no cheat code on life. You cannot cheat the code. And if Cassie is lying, same rule applies. If Cassie was not forthcoming, and let me just say this, I don't know because I got there in the courtroom after Cassie's testimony. I wish I could have been there to see her body language, to look at her facial expressions. Unfortunately, I wasn't there, but by some of the evidence that was entered, I was like shocked. I was shocked. Okay? But you don't need 6 white women to pick you, to validate you, to tell your story. Just tell your story. Come what may.
I'm not listening to this. Sounds good, but I'm not listening to no woman tell a man what to do when it comes down to telling his story. When they know damn well he ain't gonna get hurt. This might go away. I mean, like I said, if I was Cassie, hey, pay him out. Do what Diddy just did to you. Pass it on. Give him a little 2 million and get the fuck on. Get a contract signed. Hey, you can't. Hey, after you get this payout, you can't pursue me legally behind this matter. Women don't know about that yet because women are the ones usually the aggressor. Pay that nigga out. This nigga about to get a marriage settlement.
And if you're telling the truth, this just may be a blessing.
Clayton Howard is a victim of Cassandra Ventura. Clayton Howard didn't ask to be in a relationship with Cassandra Ventura while she was sleeping with numerous men per week. I get it. You
He got that white shit in the corner of his mouth, Cassie. He ain't gonna stop. You
all
pay this
think I
nigga
was
out.
a nasty male prostitute sleeping with women, all different women all the time. It actually didn't work like that. To have certain types of people that can pay you that well, what you really have to do is you have to focus on people who are affluent. And affluent people don't engage in activities like that. So I might have had a client once a month. The truth is, I was only a male escort for 2 years. I continued in the profession because Cassie and Diddy continued to pay me very well. And I was an ex-con. I needed money. Yes, I was trapped in a situation.
Now, see, I'm very curious. And I want to know what you say you're an ex-convict. What did you go to prison for? I'm just nosy. What'd you go to prison for?
Obviously.
Because I understand the male escort, gigolos, male prostitutes, and I'm shocked. Listen, now y'all know some of these men are out there selling their bodies. I'll never look at men the same. Not all of them. Wait, where you going? The store closed. Why?
Why is that a bad thing? Y'all can do it. You know, I mean, I wouldn't do it, but hey, double standard,
You going to the store at 11 o'clock? Why you going to the store at 10 p.m.? We got food at home. Get the potatoes tomorrow. Get the gas tomorrow. A lot of these men are out here doing things. Like this case has taught me and shown me that there is a world that we have no idea about. But why was you locked?
Man, that's cap. That world that y'all quote unquote have no idea about is right in front of you. Just go on the internet. That world is not even hidden. And women know more about that world than men. How are you a nosy woman and you don't know about that world? Endless cucks around here.
Up? That's what I want to know. If you're going to tell it all now.
Admit that I didn't know what to do. But does that mean I should be victim shamed because the same thing that happened to women all the time happened to me as a man? No. And for those women out there, for you black women who choose to shame me as a black man for telling my truth, you should be ashamed of yourself.
Now, listen, y'all take it easy on Clayton. He's well spoken. He seems to have specific details, and he's corroborating Cassie's story in a lot of ways. But he's saying, there are some aspects of this where you withheld key information. Okay, so y'all give Clayton a break. Listen to him.
They don't care. They didn't expect a black man to get paid out of this. They don't give
At
a fuck.
least give him enough decency and respect to let the man get his story out, just like you would anybody else. That's what he's saying. The second thing is, Clayton, let me tell you something. Oh, at least if you want these women that you're saying are black women that are judging you, take the do-rag off, brush your hair, wash your lips, wash your face, put on some chapstick, show yourself presentable. Come on now, work with us. I know the Bible says come as you are, but that don't mean come as you are as it relates to social media. You know damn well we're going to get out here and judge. That's what we do as human beings. Don't make it right, but it is what it is. So clean yourself up, brush your teeth, get yourself a nice little top. You ain't even got to show us what you got on the bottom. And if you're
And
going to
that's
turn
probably
on
why
that
he want.
camera, then make it worthwhile. Set yourself up for failure. Help us help you. You get what I'm saying, Clayton? Let's continue.
That's really pretty much all I have to say. You will not see me too much in the media. I don't need the public to believe me. I just need a jury of my peers and 12 people to believe me in the court. And thanks to the testimony of Cassie during the trial of Sean Combs, I have that. Thank you for watching. Stop victim shaming. Thank you.
Excellent way to end. Call to action, stop victim shaming. And not only that, he gave you exactly what his next best step would be. And that's, I'm going to take it to the legal system. I've tried to work with Cassie. I've done my due diligence. This is my public announcement. I don't
Yeah,
need the big
people think
media.
that they're
And
not.
you're probably right, because I'm going to say this. The big media is not for Diddy. It's nobody, none of these big media companies, these white folks are not going to want to talk to you, okay? So listen, Clayton, Dave, you're saying you want the support of black women. Well, Tasha K is not the only black woman that has a platform. I have one, and there's many, many more. You get what I'm saying? That's all I'm saying. That's all I'm saying. I would love to hear your story, but I think you've told everything. I'm not sure if there will be anything else that you could offer that you haven't shared. If you are a victim, we listen. I can't speak for them because some of you say some of them don't like you. I'm open to hearing what victims have to say. I think the more information we have, the better we can assess and come up with an informed opinion. You see what I'm saying? Now, typically, I'll pick a side because that's just me. That's the Scorpio in me. Typically, I will pick a side and I will stay there. But this is so complex and so messy and so convoluted, I can't pick a side. I'm just open to the notion of learning, hearing, and discovery. But you be careful, Clayton. And I wish you nothing but the best with the legal system. And I hope you find justice if you are indeed a victim. And if you were indeed coerced.
She better just settle out. But then again, that might not be a good job for her. That might not be a good idea for her to settle out because the same thing that happened to Diddy will happen to her. Now you're gonna have a whole bunch of dudes coming out the cut talking about some hey. This shit gonna get funny, man.
Drugged and sexually assaulted. I think that's the right thing for me to do and say in this moment, as opposed to shaming you publicly because you are a man. I don't want to get on that side of the fence. I don't. Now, some people will, but I'm open to hear what you got to say. And y'all listen, what are your thoughts? Let's take it to the chat. Chow, is this messy or is it not messy? What are your thoughts? I'm going to let y'all duke it out in the chat. That's it. That's all.
Hmm. Hmm. My second video first. I might as well subscribe. Y'all please hit the like button, support the show. Uh-oh.
What's poppin', y'all? I don't know what Cassie did or what past Cassie has with DJ Vlad, but he has been on her head top since the beginning of this case, to be completely fair. And a lot of people were just saying like, yo, he's just talking to not defend Diddy, but he's just talking objectively about it. But the moment where I felt like Vlad really switched up on
Vlad, I think Vlad wanted to interview her or Diddy or something like that. And I guess she shot him down or something. I don't know. Back in the day,
really showed his cards on that he doesn't like Cassie is during an interview that he did with The Punisher. Now, I'm going to talk about that interview clip in a little bit, but the context comes from the recent tweet storm that Vlad put out after Diddy was found not guilty on the major charges with the trafficking of Cassie, as well as the RICO charge, which is what was going to put him behind bars for the rest of his life. And then Vlad comes out and says, what have I been saying for the past 9 months? That Diddy was going to beat the RICO and trafficking charges and be found guilty of the lesser prostitution charge. Exactly that happened just now. He's now facing a maximum of 10 years, but the judge could give him time served. And then Ben Baller replies, shout out to Ben Baller. He said, I agree with you on several posts. I doubt he does 2 years, maybe 10 months max after time served, after sentencing. A long probation period. And he says that would be the logical sentence. Granted, a lot of people are switching up, and this is one thing that I will completely get behind Vlad on, is everyone saying like, come on, Vlad, we was all saying that back then. No, you weren't. Most of you guys were saying like, yo, there's about...
These goofy ass niggas was talking about some Diddy had underground sex tunnels and there's kids down there, and they're doing the same thing with Jay-Z right now. Oh, Jay-Z, he has a sex tunnel, and he's dealing with, like, who the hell wants to deal with kids? If I mean, I don't know, you know, I'm not a PDF file, but common sense would know if you bring kids and you're a millionaire or a billionaire or whatever, or you're in the public, like, you bring kids into anything, that's your ass. And drugs and all kinds of shit. Like, this ain't the 90s. Half these drugs, people, man, never mind.
About to be 15 victims that they bring out. It's over for Diddy. Me too. I was one of them. I didn't say Diddy was going to beat this. I really was shocked at the outcome, but that's a topic for a separate video. We're not going to get too deep into my thoughts on that yet. But with Vlad, he was out there and people were saying, yo, are you tripping? The feds, this % conviction rate. And Vlad was asking everybody in interviews about it. So everybody that's saying like, yo, we were saying the same thing. Now check their Twitter history, check their X post history, and sort it by the months when Diddy was first charged. And
yeah, Marlon Wayans is that's an interesting little back
the indictment came down. I mean, even academics will tell you he was shocked that Diddy won. And most of us are shocked. Really, frankly, it was kind of ridiculous. Not ridiculous as in it was wrong. So he continues and he says, Diddy was found guilty of tricking. That's the story. And now some people say, well, yo, what does this have to do with Cassie? Well, he goes mask off here. And he says, Cassie is the villain in this whole case. You cannot convince me otherwise. Cassie is guilty of the same prostitution charges Diddy was just convicted of. I interviewed 3 of the male escorts. All 3 of them said the same thing. Cassie picked them, contacted them for freak-offs, enjoyed the experiences, and paid them. Meanwhile, she's sitting on 30 M's and writing letters to the judge asking him to not give Diddy bail. And then you've got people saying like, nah, that's coercive control. You know, there's a video of Diddy physically abusing her. And this is why I was actually shocked that Diddy didn't lose that Diddy won on the trafficking of Cassie charge, because it's such a unique position for them to disagree. Like, for example, Cassie is not only is like Cassie was she young at that point, she didn't really have much of a music career after the first one, so they could say like, damn, there's proof that she was getting hands and feet put on her. Now that's not a part of the case. Those aren't charges that Diddy was facing, because I think like time had passed for those DV charges. But I think the sympathy, I thought people would have a lot of sympathy for her and go on her way. But she was the one that was paying these prostitutes. And the reason why I thought potentially that Diddy was going to go for the RICO was because of Cassie. As in like, oh, Cassie was not his first under command because that would have been KK, but Cassie was carrying all of this out on behalf of Diddy and she flipped on him. But it is true that I think if Cassie did not like go out there and testify against Diddy, that she would probably be in trouble. Or they threatened her like, hey, by the way, you're the one that's paying these people. We have text between you and these people. Also, I think that video clip or that audio clip that came out in court of when Cassie was saying like, yo, if you try and leak this, I'm gonna have you like, like killed, this and that. I think people started to see a different side of her when they had a very favorable disposition initially, especially because she showed up to court pregnant. She was in tears during that testimony. She was also clearly very, very, very pretty, right? And this is another thing where I was like, yo, Vlad really got something against Cassie, because when he was interviewing the Punisher, which is the guy that wrote the book, he's the most popular of the escorts that was working with them, mainly in New York. And that's why that escort said like, yo, it wasn't interstate with me, so I couldn't have been the reason for him to get charged for that because I only dealt with them in New York. But he was saying that when he opened the door, or when Cassie first opened the door, he didn't know it was her, but he was stunned for like half a second to a full second with the level of beauty of the woman that had just opened the door. And this is a guy whose job is to entertain like bachelorette parties and all of that. So there are a lot.
Yeah, because he's sitting around having to entertain fatties all day. That happens, man. Hey.
Of chicks that he's seeing, and Vlad is like, like Cassie's alright. And he's like, come on, Vlad. Like even that guy's like, come on, Vlad, you're gonna say like Cassie's not pretty? He's like, man, she's not all that. It's like, come on, Vlad. Hey, let's keep it a buck. Like when we know what a gorgeous face is. Now some people can say like, oh, this person looks better than this person. That's a matter of taste. But Vlad, he's not jacking Cassie at all. So that was funny, but he goes on and continues. He says, Cassie got 20 M's out of Diddy, got him locked up for 9 months, publicly embarrassed him for the rest of his life, made him lose hundreds of millions in business deals. He's still potentially facing years in prison. And she goes and writes a letter asking the judge not to grant him bond until his sentencing. This is what deep hate and unhappiness looks like. And he attaches this document that was sent on behalf of Cassie, because once Diddy beat the major charges, they were going to try to get him out on bond, because those are like 2 minor charges. They were going to try to give him like $1 million bond and he'd be able to stay. And they're saying like, hey, look, you guys already have his passport. He didn't try to leave the country. He moved to New York when you guys were about to bring in the indictment. He stayed in New York the whole time. Now he was freaking off while in New York, which is crazy. This man needs to be castrated. We need to go back to the times where we had eunuchs. Like, you got to think, somebody that's as productive as Diddy, like you need him to not be sidetracked by the urge to breed, let's say, even though he wasn't really breeding. He was having other people breed her for him. But imagine the productivity that you would get if he wasn't distracted by the FOs. The dude would be worth multiple billions of dollars. So yeah, we needed to go back to eunuch times. There are certain individuals that, hey, they just needed to be castrated. And Diddy was certainly one of them. But the note writes, we write as counsel for Cassandra Ventura to respectfully request that the court deny Mr. Combs to be released pending his sentencing on 2 convictions. Detention is mandatory post-conviction on these charges, and Ms. Ventura believes that Mr. Combs is likely to pose a danger to the victims who testified in this case, including herself, as well as to the community. What is the community? We thank the court for its time and attention on this matter. This is foul. I will say this is really foul for Cassie to put something like this out. Like, hey, she did all that she could. She got her 30 M's. I think she got 20 M's out of Diddy, and she's supposed to be getting another 10 M's out of the Intercontinental Hotel. That's more money than she had ever seen in her life. But I think Vlad goes in on her a little bit too much because, man, this chick went through a lot. Not just physically in terms of Diddy beating the brakes off of her, and she was very, very toxic as well, but psychologically and emotionally, because like she was obsessed with Diddy. And then think like Kim Porter, that post that he put out about Kim Porter, but the fact that she thought she could compete with Kim Porter was odd, considering those were 2 different relationships. And Kim Porter clearly, like,
she used to torture. She used to damn near torture Kim Porter also. She was up there torturing Kim Porter right along with Diddy. Took that woman.
Like she had kids from with him. But yeah, like, I thought at the end of the case that maybe Cassie really didn't hate him. I think even on the stand she said she didn't hate him. But here, like, this is something that somebody that's consumed by hate would do. But I think Vlad is just not even trying to attempt to give her possible grace because, dog, like, yeah, he lost hundreds of millions. Let's first keep it a buck. Diddy is the reason why he lost all of these deals. It's Diddy alone. Because when Cassie was out of the picture, and this needs talking about. When Cassie was out of the picture, when the video had already come out and he was being investigated in court, they said, not Cassandra Ventura, Daphne Joy, aka Jane Doe, said he was freaking off with her during this time. He had drugs, he had Astroglide, he had baby oil when he was at the New York penthouse, and on top of that, he was beating on her while this was going on. So even with Cassie completely out the picture, Cassie being paid, the video coming out, Diddy was still behaving in the same exact manner with a new woman. And that new woman was older too. So it's not like, oh, he just got another young chick and he's doing that to her. So Diddy is the common denominator here. So even if you say like, yeah, well, Cassie's the one
What's going on, New? Good to see you, bro. Happy 4th of
that
July
told on
weekend,
him
man.
or leaked that or whatever the case may be, and she was going to write this book, well, he was doing the same exact behavior to the next person. So really, Diddy did all of this to himself. Now, do I think that Cassie, her putting this statement is a little bit wild? You could tell. I think her husband is the one that's salty because at that, I think he would have been able to live with it a little bit if he knew Diddy was gone forever. But imagine the guy that freaked off on he had hundreds of dudes running through your wife, and then now he's gallivanting, free at last, doing interviews, doing shows, getting back to it. It has to be her husband. He is furious. Now, some people are saying, man, he had to listen to all of that. Frankly, dude's a white dude, keeping it a buck. I think he went through all of that, but this is something entirely different because I think in that guy's mind, he thought Diddy was done. It's almost like a situation where like some dudes are with a single mom and they're like, well, like the baby daddy's dead or the baby's daddy's doing 25, or he's out of the picture. So yeah, I might be willing to take up this situation. I'm not talking about me personally, but I'm saying that person's mind. However, if he's like, yo, this guy's about to come back out and there's like this toxic situation or he's consistently still in their life, that's a different story. And it's not a one-to-one, of course, but this guy can't avoid Diddy is my problem. Or not my problem, is what his problem is. Because Diddy's a superstar. He's famous. And he's the most famous he's ever been now. And now he beat the case? He beat a RICO on a federal trial with the government? Oh my goodness. Yeah, her husband is furious. There are going to be a lot of arguments. Let's just say that. That newborn's going to hear a lot of screaming. It's going to be 3 people screaming in that house. But yeah, Vlad really don't mess with Cassie, man. I don't know why. Do I think what Cassie did was listen, Cassie had to get her bread. That's like, just think about it. There are dudes who expose, quote unquote, I'll give you a perfect example. And like, because people will try to make this a woman thing. Central C, rapper, blew up, superstar, huge, maybe not in America, superstar, but he's very, very successful rapper here, superstar in the UK and Europe. He had some dude talking about like, yeah, we used to rap together, but like he left us behind, and he's trying to ruin Central C's career or get a comeuppance on Central C when all he did was like they kicked it as homies. So for Cassie, for her to have lived that lifestyle, to believe that she was going to have, now I don't know if he lied to her and said that they were going to have kids or they were going to be together, but whatever the case may be, for over a decade of them being together and then kind of like being heartbroken and then going to being broke with no promise of a career, no momentum for a career, no income, and your husband's barely making ends meet, and you want to have a family.
Man, she don't give a damn about that. She don't give a damn about that. And then over 10 years worth of being with somebody, you got something put up. Or don't even care about money at that point. You just run off with the milkman. Pause. That's what they do. They run off with the milkman and go stay at some villa or some shit. She probably already done stole some money from Diddy anyway and gave it to that nigga. And, hey, put this away. Go get you a little spot down in the Hamptons real quick. I won't be too long. Women aren't dumb. Don't get me wrong. A lot of them are, but they are definitely not dumb.
Family now, she's got to get her just dues. Or
The difference if you give some woman a bag and she go buy a Birkin or a new car and shit like that instead of taking that bag and go buying a dance studio or put into something. You know, some women invest.
She's got to try. I'm not saying that she deserves it and she should get it, but for her to try to get the bread, I don't think that's out of the norm, because you got dudes trying to come up off bread when they weren't getting ran through. They were just kicking it. She got ran through by who knows how many dudes. But yeah, let me know what y'all think about this in the comments. Y'all think Vlad is Team Diddy or he just hates Cassie? I don't necessarily think he's Team Diddy. I just really think he does.
Vlad gonna need that Diddy interview. Who y'all think gonna interview Diddy first when he come home? That shit gonna be crazy. If he takes it, that shit gonna be up for grabs. That's gonna probably break the internet. That right there will break the internet. All right. An hour and 25 minutes into the madness. Hit the Cash App. Hit the PayPal. Please support the show. Hit the Cash App. Hit the PayPal. Hit the Cash App. Hit the PayPal. Giving y'all some good game this weekend. Shout outs to everybody that came through for the movie night. You know what I'm saying? And came through on the last show. We had a great show. As always, I'm always throwing a master class. You know, I got one of the flyest channels in the space, as always. Always giving y'all some great information and supplying the laughs, entertainment, and fun. And information that y'all don't really, really can find anywhere else in this space. That's why vibe is a lot different here, So definitely hit the like button. Please support the vibes. I got something else I wanted to run by you guys. Let's check this out. We're gonna get into it. We were watching the movie She Hates Me. Let me know if y'all are familiar with that movie in the chat, because that was an interesting movie.
Alpha to boss to have the alpha man. Like, could a guy like you really, really date a woman like me? Jonathan, I've never heard you say that.
You never asked?
I have. You're so scared of marriage.
No, I'm not. You will.
No, I'm not. Why do you think that?
I mean,
last question, and then we gone. This is just fun, and you don't want a relationship, and I don't want that either. We're on the same page with that, so don't get weird. But
and the world processed me as being beautiful when I tried to show the world that I had other, dimensions to my personality.
They weren't receptive to it.
They were not receptive to it at all. I mean, it's only now that people are like, what surprises me most about Melissa is her level of intelligence. I'm turning 49 in November. It's taken a really long time.
I mean, at 49, you should have lived enough life to kind of be somewhat revered to as smart.
For people to see that side of me. And so I guess because I existed and lived in the male gaze for so long and didn't know it, wasn't aware of it, but it kind of validated.
You was a whole video vixen. What are you? Oh my God. Ah, Jesus.
Yeah, you just in your career, in your field, doing you.
Exactly. Yeah. And so I realized that there were certain things that the messy parts of me that I couldn't show because men wouldn't find them attractive, and that was my primary audience.
Black women have been playing in your face, in my face, in everybody's face.
Oh man, all right, so listen, y'all. Some of these videos that I've been sharing over the past couple of months, if you've noticed, I'm very magical with this shit. Hit the like button, support the show, y'all. I've been telling y'all I'm gonna do a series, but I've been low-key doing it live, called this quote-unquote Pick Me Revolution. You know what I'm saying? Rest in peace to Alan Roger Curry. It's a play off the beta male revolution. It's a Pick Me Revolution. And people will say, oh, well, the Pick Me has a look. That is true. Pick Me does have a look. But all of a sudden, there's a new resurgence, my bad. Because some people are like, oh, well, you got your Reva TVs, your Nika Marie's, your what's the girl? Pearl. Tay Tay Baby. What's the other girl? There's a lot of them. You know, it's a lot of them. All right, now we going into more generations right now. Oh, oh yeah, we going into more generations right now, right? So now we're having different generations of quote unquote pick me girls, right? Oh, hold on, I didn't know I could do this. Hold on, y'all. Oh, that's dope. Okay, yeah. So now we got a couple of generations of pick me women. Let's see how the women, quote unquote, because this is supposed to. This is another thing that I'm coming out with, that I'm talking about with this pick me revolution, right? This next group of women are supposed to be the accountability group. So these are the ones that's supposed to be enforcing accountability. The new wave ones and the ones that's been around, yeah, they taken our talking points and kind of flipped them in everywhere, which way. But after Kevin Samuels, now it's the accountability, quote unquote, group that should be coming next. So let's see how these women really uh move the needle if they can. And what she's saying is that, oh, these women been playing in our faces the whole time. Oh, you think? So yeah, they're gonna continue taking our talking points and butchering them, or whatever they're finna do with them. But let's just see. Let's see where she goes with it. See if there's any progress
Face.
happening.
But more importantly than Black women playing in our faces is why Black women are playing in our faces. I want us to talk.
And the reason why they usually say something is not because they give a damn. So that's why I keep telling you that SBE shit really don't matter. They just don't like some of these women, or for some reason, in a weird way, feel threatened.
Talk about
Imagine that.
Why. And I'm going to start with B. Simone. B. Simone has been trending all over social media. No need to get into the different various reasons why she's trending. But she is also trending for something that made me a little bit uncomfortable, based on the fact that she has said that she's on a spiritual journey, that she was filmed recently praying in booty shorts, got some criticism and some pushback for her outfit that she was wearing while praying. But I want us to look at, again, why are Black women playing in our faces? What is the reason behind this? Why are we seeing so many inconsistencies? As many of you know, I am supposed to be working now on the covered series, and I am having a very difficult time focusing because there's so many distractions. As it relates to B. Simone, one of the things we have to understand is the challenge that exists with being an influencer and having to grow a massive following to maintain your brand deals and to continue to shop at Bloomingdale's, not at H&M. What it takes. I posted something, a YouTube short that said it was about turning 43, which I'll be turning 43 very soon. And I said, I love it here. I also love it here, having a small channel. Nobody bothers me for the most part. I get to make my videos and go about my life and talk about whatever I want to talk about. And I don't have to lie in my videos, because there's going to be videos that people love and there's going to be videos that don't get as much attention, but there's no pressure for me to, the only pressure that exists is the pressure I put on myself. And let's go back to, again, why Black women are playing in our faces. A lot of that having to do with the pressure of the social media landscape. How does B. Simone remain relevant? And this is no disrespect, but B. Simone, I had a hard time figuring out like what her major talent is. I don't personally find her funny. So sometimes I struggle with some of the new, aging myself now, but some of the newer like celebrities and people who get notoriety, I struggle with. I don't understand why they're so famous. B. Simone, in many ways, is popular for being popular. Now, of course, she does have some talents and gifts and things that she's good at. One being the gift of gab. She's good, seems to be a good communicator. But also, that is also a problem, right? And a lot of times when you don't know why someone is popular and they have such a big.
Oh my God, it's gonna take this woman forever to get this out. It's this been going on for more than damn near 30 years, and not 30, but not before 30 years, but this been going on forever. Okay, since back in the Kim Kardashian age. All right, they put people out, and there used to be a term for it called socialites. They used to call these people socialites and stuff like that. Okay, this comes from a term called socialites, where people just pop up and they're just rich and have all of this stuff. And the reason why they put it out there is because these people don't have no real talent. They're probably the daughter or the children of talented people and stuff like that. And when you have people that's not necessarily rich and they not necessarily rich, I mean talented. They might be rich, but they're just talented. It it's good for marketing and stuff like that because it makes certain things seem attainable, or makes certain people seem like, oh, they're just regular like me and you. They're not really talented in nothing, but for some reason have all of this money and fame and stuff like that. And this is what aided in people in their internet personas and stuff like that. People are trying to aim and don't even know what they're trying to do. They're trying to be socialites and stuff like that. First of all, this started with Paris Hilton and Nicole Richie. Lionel Richie, after a while, didn't want that to happen and pulled Nicole Richie away from Paris, and Paris kept it going, who then got bitten off of by Kim Kardashian, and now you have what you have. See, the more you know. Look at that, educating you guys. All right, y'all hit the like button, support the show, hit the Cash App. I got you. All right, giving y'all the game with no shame. So what happens is, it just makes people. It makes certain things seem tangible. Make certain things seem tangible. Anyway, let's get back into it. She gonna still try to explain what I tell y'all in like 50
following,
words.
you can't really place what it is about them other than the fact that they're always in some kind of drama or controversy. That's not good. And so I suspect if I had a hard time honing in on what people love about.
I was gonna ask y'all, do y'all remember? It was a woman that came out a minute ago, and she had pink hair, but she was kind of weird looking. Her name was Pinky Killercorn. She was one of the
B.
last
Simone so much,
socialites.
I would
What is that?
imagine B. Simone herself perhaps could be struggling with her online identity and her online persona, and as a result having to resort to having very uncomfortable conversations with her best friend on her podcast, having to resort to doing a podcast in the bed with the baby and his dwindling career, and I'm not even going to get into some of the comments about that, but part of the problem is she's supposed to be on a spiritual journey. Now, it was said that the clip was some months old, but
Right.
there's even questions around, well, why release the clip? If it's not relevant, why release it, especially around the time when you already are, in a lot of hot water for a lot of different things. Well, it's because she needs the attention. So, it's really, I need us to look big picture and think big picture when it comes to a lot of these things. I am not on the influencer route. I don't know what it's like to have to lie and do all types of crazy things to get views. I talk about things that I am passionate about. Yes, some of my videos may have some controversy in there, but I make those decisions about what goes into my videos. And no, I won't be doing the Conversations with a Black Man series in my bed with one of my guests. And so it was also said that imagine a man like Cam Newton or Joe Budden having a female guest on his podcast and telling said female guest, yeah, we're going to be doing this episode in my bed. Like, it's getting desperate. Okay? It's getting desperate. It's getting sad. And I need us to understand, this is not, I'm not saying any of this to excuse B. Simone's behavior by saying, oh, she's an influencer, she has a lot of pressure on her. But I need...
All right. Anyway, she's a comedian. B. Simone is a comedian from... I don't think she goes back to the Vine days. But she's a comedian. So there's not much y'all can really do or say about comedians that's going to quote unquote hurt them or their image and stuff like that. They just go back to being funny. Especially if you're genuinely funny. The Bloomingdale's, I'm not going to lie, the Bloomingdale's comment is actually, it was more of a, to me, it was more of a comedic sketch. And that don't mean that she's that she's broke or anything like that. She's just saying that her finances ain't where it wants to be, and she can't really touch as much money as she used to be able to touch because it's mostly liquid. Like, it's mostly in assets. It's mostly spread out in other things. What's going on, Chris G? So sometimes, you may have a slight financial hiccup. Sometimes that happens. All right. Hopefully my signal is back. I'm like, whenever my signal wants to come back, that would be nice. All right. Y'all please hit the like button, support the show. Let's at least try to get 3 supporters on today's show. It's Player Talk Radio. Hour and 44 minutes into the madness. Let's get it.
Need us to see the big picture in terms of what we're seeing when somebody is trending and they keep trending for something negative. And the reality is that a lot of people want that negative attention because it's attention. And behind the scenes, we see them and say, oh, poor her, but she's probably living her best life because of the attention. And there's an entire industry of fake influencers. We can go back to a lot of the fitness influencers on Instagram who got 2 and 3 BBLs and then tell you, come sign up for my fitness program where we do squats and I show you how to get a big butt. Whole time they literally got 2 and 3 BBLs. These are true stories. Lying.
Who cares though?
To maintain their brand, to get attention, to have eyes on them. When I say I love it here, again, you can say, well, Naka, you're jealous. You wish you had 100,000 subscribers. I love it here. I do hope to grow. I'm in the process of growing my channel, and over time, I believe I will grow, but I am not interested in having to do and say things that's going to force me to grow. Right. And I think that we have to really work at maybe trying not to give.
I like how they're more mad that B Simone is saying that she had to shop at Bloomingdale's more so than some of the other stuff that's going on in the world today. Like, Mellow Bucks thing getting shot up, her dissing the dead, Cynthia G. Yep, just skip all of that shit and go straight to B Simone.
B Simone and people like her as much attention because that is what she wants. Right? She wants to be trending. And at this point, she doesn't really care what it's for. Because when I saw the clip with her in the bed with the baby, and she was sounding real desperate, and he made it very clear he's not interested in her, et cetera, et cetera. He even was very bit vulgar and having almost implying that he wants to have sex with her, and she just laughed it off, ha ha. And again, this is someone who is marketing herself as being on a Christian spiritual journey, using Jesus's name often. What's going on here? She wants attention.
Obviously.
So, I don't know. I might call this video Unpopular Opinions. I want to move on to Melissa Ford.
And I always had to project that everything was perfect, that I was unaffected by everything, that there was no crack in the facade. That's what I'm always talking about, is that facade. Meanwhile, I am falling apart behind it.
Right.
Because my self-worth was so ensconced in the male gaze. Hello, how I introduced myself to the world. Like, I almost set myself up for that unwittingly and unknowingly. So if I could go back and teach myself something, it would be to decenter, male attention. It was not the ultimate goal. You could still get it no matter what, but just decenter it from what was really important.
Melissa Ford, who you all know I have talked about on this channel before several times. You all know Melissa Ford has a podcast. Here's the thing. Her podcast is pretty good in terms of the topics. But one of the things I want us to look at, and I want us to be pay attention to this, is Melissa Ford, Halle Berry, women with extreme levels of pretty privilege for their, most of their lives, most of their career. A lot of these women are now trying to relate to the average everyday woman. A lot of these women are now trying to garner the support of the average everyday woman. And this is more of a Melissa Ford critique, not necessarily about Halle Berry, because I think her situation is a little bit different. But if you notice, they both are on a campaign talking about menopause, aging, how it doesn't matter, beauty is just skin deep and whatever. And it's like, well, it's kind of hard to hear that message from these women, because your whole life you benefited from beauty and pretty privilege, and now the narrative is, age is nothing but a number, and it shouldn't matter how I look, and let me show up and be who I am. Don't judge me because I'm older, I'm in my 50s, and it's like, well, where was that energy before? And it's hard to get the support, the massive support
Women are
from women that they want.
Those women are coming from a different era. Those women are coming from a diva era. And I can't even say Halle Berry's coming from a diva era, because she was a movie star. Back in those days, y'all, women would distinguish themselves from each other. I swear. These women now, certain women now, if you was to call them OnlyFans models, or hold on, y'all. Give me 1 second. If you were to call some of these women and OnlyFans models, you'll get into a fight with them, especially if they were like a vixen or a Playboy bunny or something like that. You call them an OnlyFans model, man, you looking for some trouble. They distinguish themselves a lot different. It didn't even matter if they were hoes. They, don't be Captain Obvious. Now, give me 1 second, y'all. We're gonna get into a little bit of politics. Shout outs to everybody here. We're gonna get to a little bit of politics soon. We're gonna do a little bit of a catch up with what's going on in the world today. So give me 1 second, y'all. It's player talk. Please hit the like button, support the show. I got y'all.
Which is why Melissa Ford's podcast
got one more segment I want to.
It's doing okay. I suspect it may not be doing as well as she wants, because her entire career she has been in the male gaze and been supported by men, and men have been her primary audience, right? And that's fine. However, that transition to now get the support of majority women, and to get women to relate to you and to buy into what you're selling and what you're telling them.
She's looking for the sisterhood. A lot of women go looking for the sisterhood when they get in their 40s. She believes that there's a little bit more relatable companionship there when you get up there in age a little bit, There's really nothing out of the ordinary about that, but okay.
It's difficult because a lot of women, I would think, don't necessarily feel like they can relate to Melissa Ford, nor do they feel like they can relate to Halle Berry, right? And it's not that these women are bad. These are, amazing women, beautiful women, smart women, right? But Melissa Ford said something, and I'll play the clip, or maybe I probably already played the clip earlier. And what she said embodied, when she said it, I said, this is exactly why it's going to be hard for her to win over the support of women. And it is exactly why she is probably going to continue to have to lie and tell herself and tell the world a narrative that's just not true, which is her narrative is She was not aware of being in the male gaze. She was not aware that she was impacted by the male gaze. And this is a bold-faced lie because, ma'am,
I mean, Melissa,
you were half naked most of your career. You were on, various magazine covers, including Black Men's Magazine. Many, people from my generation all remember she was the hottest thing. Most Black men wanted to be with her, sleep with her, get close to her. And now her narrative is, I wasn't aware that, I was even in the male gaze, huh?
she got to reinvent herself.
Most women who go to Walmart, who go to the Shell gas station, are aware that they are in the male gaze if they look halfway decent. So how, ma'am, how are you not aware? And again, this is a lie. This is a lie that she has to tell you, especially women. She has to tell women this to relate. She wants to be relatable. Okay? Although she was a video vixen for all these years, now she wants to be the catalyst.
Well, it depends on what type of friends she's trying to make. She's probably trying to fit in with the younger crowd a little bit. They're not going to remember all of that. They don't know who the hell Melissa Ford is. They're not going to remember any of that shit. She probably can't relate to women this lady said she's in her 40s. She probably can't relate to women like that's around her age and shit because guess what? Y'all remember. Some of y'all going into y'all 40s till this day still envy her. Y'all envy her for having that type of attention back then in the day with no cell phones like that and shit like that, where cell phones and social media wasn't super big. You know what I'm saying? The magazine days and shit like that. Because guess what? I'm not gonna lie. She probably, you probably lost a boyfriend or two. You go over your man's house and he got a poster of Melissa Ford hung up that he got out of his. Y'all remember? That's another thing too, man. They don't make shit like they used to. Y'all remember where y'all used to go get Hustler magazine, or like the magazines and shit, and they used to come with the poster. Oh my god. I totally forgot the magazines used to have the posters in it, that you can like, intact too, that you could just pull out of the magazine and just hang that shit up on your wall. Oh, it wasn't only women hanging up people up on their wall. To wrap up, people would even rip the page out of the magazines and hang them up. Those used to be the days. And like I said, I'd be telling y'all to go outside or, learn the game, have women come back to your crib or whatever. But like, women wouldn't see that until they, come to your house or your crib or in your bedroom and shit. Girls wouldn't see that. So some girls would be offended when they come over your crib. And then, honestly, like a nigga ain't about to tear his wall down for like one night. So some of these girls vividly remember seeing Melissa Ford hung up, you know what I'm saying, on a nigga wall and shit like that. What's going on, Gone Fishing? Good to see you, man. Long time no see, my friend. Happy 4th of July weekend. Not gonna lie, man. That was one of the pillars in the black community. You know what I'm saying? Like I said, black barbershops, they gone, man. There's really no place where brothers could go hang around, kick it with the brothers, get chopped up while chopping it up. Had like some magazines chilling in the corner and just be around the male influence like that. And I'm telling y'all, it's made a lot of men soft. You know, even the women, if they didn't hang around and was trying to be nosy, would drop off their kids off at the barbershop to go kick it around some type of male influence, you know? And the women that would hang around, some of them would be cool, you know what I'm saying? Because, you know, they'll be stylists and they would hang around the male barbers all day and stuff like that, you know? I hate to say it, ladies, that's kind of how I look at some of the ladies in the space, you know, the mods and stuff. They would, you know, they cool. They not thrown off by, you know, male conversation. They get where it's coming from. You know, they kind of like the stylists in the barbershop. You know, that was a cool sight to, you know, to observe as a young man. You know, or you know, brother that's not used to that. So as a young man, you know, being in a black barbershop is vital. That's vital to a young boy's development. You know, even if he's just going there to get a shape up. Black barbershops don't really exist like that no more. There a couple of them that exist, but you know, niches. You dig? 2 hours into the show, please hit the like button, support the show. We need at least 3 contributors trying to reach our goal. It's Player Talk Radio. Let's get back into it. Like I said, the Pick Me Revolution is going in another phase. Pay attention.
And, you know, to sort of champion women's health and to be open and vulnerable about menopause and perimenopause. Great topics, great mission. The problem, Melissa, is that you need to be real. Yes, I have a larger male following here on my channel. I do.
See?
That is true. However, I talk about what I talk about. Whoever wants to listen, I welcome them to listen. And I do have some.
And see, this is why I said a lot of the pick-me's, they got to look like Pearl. Can't really look like Melanie King. Because it's not believable. Some of the women got to look somewhat tangible. So it's crazy how people use the internet to run away from the appraisal system, but find their way back somehow in the appraisal system in niches.
Diehard female supporters as well. Buffy the Body. One of the things I loved about her when I started the Slim Thick series, I immediately.
Buffy the Body was not Slim Thick. She was not Slim Thick.
Felt connected to Buffy. Why? Because Buffy was honest. And she said straight up, I mean, I don't know how she said it, but Buffy was, you know, a little bit, you know, maybe people have said she's a little rougher around the edges than Melissa Ford, but Buffy will tell you, yeah, I had a big ghetto booty. And yeah, I walked in and they paid me $10,000 to see my butt. But she kept it real, right? And you have to respect people who keep it real, who tell you, yes, I was in the male gaze. I benefited. And Buffy has said this. I have heard her say that black men made her who she was. Black men supported her, paid her bills for years. She was in the male gaze and she never denied it. And I think Melissa, if she wrestles a lot, and I don't want to go into too much, but there have been receipts pulled on her, her openly flirting with like Steve Harvey, and she's always trying to, I guess, downplay a little bit the role that she had in the video vixen world. And it's a little bit of like the narrative of kind of being a victim, and I don't want to, I don't know all of her story, and I certainly don't want to minimize anything significant that she's gone through. But one of the things about Buffy, again, Buffy's has a lot more realness to when she talks about, being a video vixen, what that meant, why she left the industry when her body started to change. She's married now, as I understand it. And again, please stop playing in our faces. You don't have to lie to relate to the average woman. We would prefer for you to be honest and real. We would respect that. And so that is what I wanted to say. And that is what I wanted to say about Melissa Ford. Now on to K. Michelle.
My whole family, they're married. I'm not the girl who didn't see what a man creating a black family is supposed to be. So I'm asking right now.
Yeah, Melissa Ford got downplayed, but yeah, she did a good job, downplaying herself too, Chris G. The game said, y'all don't know Melissa Ford drives a Honda Accord. Wouldn't get far.
Black men.
Now listen to this fool.
I got to turn my black men to really step up for black women and create families. Yeah. It's really not cool. Black men are attacking black women. And it's not a cool, they're not creating homes. They're creating babies everywhere. It's not cool.
What about the children?
And I'm asking you, other successful black men, to be, you have to set an example as leads. The cute social media back and forth on black women. Black women are strong. Black women are where you come from, this and that.
One of the things about me is that I can really...
She crashed out high key.
...tell when someone is fake crying. And I don't know if everybody can tell that, or if it's, for women and people who have kids, you know what I mean? You can kind of, when the cry is real versus when it's fake, or just people who are around kids. I don't know, but K. Michelle's cry was fake. Okay. This is not a real cry. And I need us to understand that it was not a real cry. I want to talk about why she was crying. And again, there's a lot of receipts. If I had the time, I could put into this video. But one of the things I'll say is that K. Michelle has openly said that, what did she say? Something like, men are horrible people. I think it's verbatim. She said, men are horrible people. She's talked openly about how she doesn't even like men. And I know she said on the Cam Newton podcast.
She said men are horrible people, but she meant black men. If you're gonna tell the story, tell the whole story. She meant black men. She's referring to black men.
That she only dates white men. That, I think she talked about her DMs, being full, or however she tries to paint the picture. But here's the truth about K. Michelle. And you guys may remember when she was so obsessed with Idris Elba and the hurt that she experienced when he didn't want to be with her and decided to get married to Sabrina Elba. And
Another black man.
you know, I mean, they dated. She said they dated for like 8 months, but I think the reality is that K. Michelle does want to be with a black man, but she wants to be with a certain type of black man, like a Idris Elba. I suspect because of her attitude, because of, you know, she's, you know, little strong-willed, strong, you know, I don't even know how to, I guess in the internet streets we would call it masculine, because of her masculine, maybe dominant, aggressive.
I'm getting tired of women when they act a damn fool. And y'all gotta start calling this shit out too. When they start doing stuff, that's not them that's not them acting masculine at all. Y'all gotta stop with the oh, she's acting masculine. No, she's acting how women act. That's not masculine. I'm tired of when women are acting retarded or do something goofy and stuff like that. Oh, she acted masculine. That's not acting masculine. That's acting how they act.
Tone and nature.
Emotional tyrant. That's not masculinity. And y'all gotta stop saying that shit, because some of y'all dudes be saying the same stupid shit. I'm trying to be masculine. No, that shit is effortless. I was looking at a clip where a guy was educating another man. He was like, there's no such thing as belief. And he's like, what are you talking about? He was like, do you believe in God? He's like, yes, because you you've never seen God and stuff like that and blah blah blah. Which is true. All right, we should be back. Hold on. All right, we should be back. I don't know what happened. It was like a weird whiteout that just happened. Hold on, y'all. So yeah, give me 1 second, y'all. Please hit the like button, support the show. We're having a great show. And I need you guys to definitely help us hit our goals on today's show. Please hit the Cash App or the coffee store, the PayPal that's in the chat. We back. What I was saying was, he asked the guy, "You believe in? There's no such thing as belief." And the guy was like, "What do you mean?" He was like, "You believe in Jesus because you haven't seen Jesus." But he asked him, "Does he believe in his parents?" And he's like, "No, he doesn't believe in his parents because." He's like, "Why don't you believe in your parents?" He's like, "Because I know they exist." And he said, "Exactly." He's like, "So belief don't exist. It's like you have to know things are actually, solidified, that they're real, you know." But anyway, that whole whiteout made me lose the whole context why I was telling you guys this. But let's get back into it. We're gonna get to politics soon, but we got one more clip. Shout outs to everybody here in the building. It's Player Talk Radio. Let's get back into it.
She probably struggles with getting the kind of man that she wants to get with. And so she had a boyfriend not long ago. They were on forgot the name of that show with the celebrities couples, but she never seemed really that happy in the relationship. They had a lot of problems, and he was black. And so I think the real reason why K Michelle fake cried is because she probably wanted Cam Newton to, I don't know, console her. She probably wants to appear as though she's hurt.
I mean, she's a hot mess. I mean, she already self-mutilated her body. Surgery is a form of self-mutilation, by the way.
Hurting because of the things that she was crying about. She's really hurting because, and this is just my opinion, I think she's hurting because she can't have the man and the family that she wants because that man has another family. That man, Idris Elba, or someone like him, has a Sabrina Elba. He has a life and a family with her, not K Michelle. And K Michelle is going to have to change a lot of things about her to be with an Idris Elba or a man like that. I think Idris Elba saw her as the fun girl. She was fun at the time. She had her butt shots in. I'm sure he probably had a whole lot of fun with her, but she was not who he wanted to marry. And I think the fake cry, came from probably that place of the desire.
She's not marriageable. I mean, honestly, I hate to say it like that. Not for Idris Elba. I mean, Idris Elba can't really take her nowhere. And then, come on, man. Like y'all, you got to be serious. Like, the man been in the likes of Hollywood. You know how much baddies are in Hollywood that we haven't gotten to see yet? The fuck a music industry, you know what I'm saying? Do y'all have any idea how much baddies certified pull over are running around Hollywood. Talented, looks, damn near came from money. K. Michelle.
For the black man and the family that she is mourning, and
He knows women like her will embarrass him when he's not, if he's not there, or while he's there.
As a result, resorting to dating white men. I don't know what that means. I don't know if that means she's actually dating white men. Are you going on dates? Are you like, what does that even look like? Have we ever seen K. Michelle with a white man? I have not. I don't know. Maybe she keeps it private. I'm still doing the Conversation with a Black Man series. It is not over. I was not able to put out all the clips in June, so it will extend into July. I am working on the cover series. I am going to try to focus.
We should, let me see. Probably should reach out to her. Let me put this here. Let's see what she gonna say. She gonna get the raw over here. Let's see what she say. All right, shout outs to her.
So that I can, I'm really excited actually about the cover series. I'm working on that now. What else is going on? The Curated Legacy podcast.
All right, shout outs to her. I'm gonna keep this tab open. All right, we'll get back to that. Give me 1 second, y'all. We moving along. Shouts to Corey Holcomb and TH. I think it's THHP. I keep TPP, THPP podcast.
Cassie ain't the bitch y'all think she is. I always say this, man. Domestic violence is not always abuse because some just like to fight. Cassie is the same woman that would go to Puff Daddy's house while Kim Porter was alive and watch Puffy beat on Kim, cuss Kim out, abuse Kim, and laugh at Kim. Kim's friends have came out and it's documented that they say Cassie used to be torturing Kim with Puff. She is not this victim broad that everybody is making her out to be. This is a treacherous. Anytime a woman that is that beautiful is dating a that is that regular looking, she's hustling her. This is a woman that hustles vagina, and we treating her like she a Claire Huxtable or a respectable everyday woman. This is a libido. She's libido hungry, and she's money hungry, and she's eating, sucking, and on anybody that got the paper.
I think there's an excerpt in the book of one of Kim Porter's friends that said that she used to be with Diddy, antagonizing Kim Porter when Diddy used to kick Kim in her ass. And the chopper that was in the Making the Band group or the rap group, he even said she was toxic. Diddy is an innocent man. It's the line on, and she got to come and get some money.
Yeah.
You can't, man, she wasn't surviving. She was having fun. She cheated.
So do you think Cassie enjoyed doing freak off, or she just was just doing it to survive? That $30 million settlement she got, a portion of that should go to Kim's kids. because you tore Kim with a married man to get to that paper. She used to be at Puff House while Kim was there on some super disrespectful stuff. Sometimes when you see a woman getting whooped, that's because she just robbed or she set it to get murdered, or all women ain't victims. So I'm not about to run around here on this tape and act like all you is good. Some of you
about all bitches.
ain't shit.
Cassie says, I'm getting $10 million from the hotel where Diddy beat me. Go what? How please? My extortionist lawyers also sued the hotel and they gonna get 10 milli. At this point, y'all, she just flexing. Cassie threatened a man in 2014 over fears of leaked freak-off video.
Yeah, you don't have to see it, but it's my life and I'll kill you.
Yeah, but
No, I will kill you if you don't show me right now. I will kill you and I will hide you and I will cut you up and put you in the dirt right now. Pull it up. If you have it, pull that up. Because if not, I'm going to kill you and then he's going to kill you again. So just do it. Pull that up right now. You got that pull that up. I'm going to kill you. You don't understand. I don't give a I've never killed anybody in my life, but I will kill you because you're with me. You're with me in my life right now. If I saw a video of you doing anything that you didn't want people to see, I would show you the video so you could tell me what the happened. You're playing games with me, telling me you saw some. Now you're saying you didn't see some. You're with me. I'm going to you up. I don't think you understand. And it's not going to be my hands, and it's not going to be blood on my hands. Someone else is going to do it. So you have to tell me.
And they played this in court, by the way.
Right now, and I'm recording this whole FYI, tell me what the you're talking about. Because this is not cool. We're not playing. I'm not playing with you, Sujit. Like, you saw some Yes, you're my brother. Be my brother and tell me what you saw.
So, we just gonna overlook that. So, P. Diddy is they talking about a RICO, racketeering, gangsterism. So, Diddy the only gangster? This was an audio recording, people. This is not somebody talking about, well, you know, I heard that say something. No, they played her on audio.
Y'all, she's a victim.
You're a victim.
There we go, CSI.
She's a victim. All right?
You're a victim.
There we go, CSI.
Yelling at somebody, kill you! And then say, I'm gonna kill you. I'm gonna bury you. I ain't gonna do it. Somebody else gonna do it. So she's all the way gangstered up, and there's some jackass on the internet who's gonna tell you that she didn't want to be a part of this life. That's what they're gonna tell you. She didn't want to be a part of this life. Telling people, dude, I'll have your ass murked. So you still riding for her and it's all Diddy, right? Oh, she's a prisoner. She's held hostage. She don't want to be here. She's scared for her life. She's not like that. She was just sitting the whole time terrified. This was Diddy, but this isn't who she is.
Let me explain something to you, man. That movie Sinners, you had to invite them in your house for them to begin destroying your. We know that, right? You have to, that's just a movie. You have to invite the devil in. I'm talking about with most situations. Sometimes bad shit happens. If you out there living the nightclub life, nightclubs gonna happen to you. And what you gonna say? You out there in the club.
Right.
You have to, most of the time, you invite the devil in with the shit you do. You don't just, oh, the devil got me. You after Shannon Sharp, that's a fake ass. But I would tell Shannon Sharp, what do you think gonna happen if you paying young for? Oh, you inviting the devil in. I could stand in front of the mother devil. And if he got enough power to take something from me, we gonna see. We gonna see if he could take something from me, whoever this devil may be. Devil out there, them people invited the devil in. They invited all this them that, and I'm gonna say his name, Puffy on trial. They invited Puffy in their life.
After that Will Smith movie, Any Man to Stay, I stopped trusting everybody. They was like, no, because they literally show you how they take a man down. They discredit him, they make him into a criminal, they freeze all his assets, they turn the women against him, they do all this shit. And all he was doing with every other man, that be my issue. A woman can up in society, mess with the wrong man for 10 years, let men piss in her mouth, let men run trains on her, let men, like all this these women do. They did all of that for the sake of love, but because of it's a woman's perspective on love, they're allowed to be the victim. I don't even know. I'm saying how the world sees it. Okay. Whether it's for love or she was there for the money, it doesn't matter. Yeah. When it's a woman, she's allowed to be the victim.
We need to keep two thoughts in our head at once. One, Diddy is a bad dude, really bad. And we should lock him up and throw away the baby oil. And two, that moving forward, the rules should be, if you're being abused, you gotta leave right away. It's not victim shaming to expect women to have the agency to leave toxic relationships. Quite the contrary, to not expect that is infantilizing them.
I ain't heard nothing about Puffy walking around, grabbing motherfuckers off the street, put him in the van and let's kidnap him and bring him here. Them people coming to Puffy, especially this Cassie, that's a sinner. She's a sinner. Stop acting like these people are victims. These are sinners who was at the club and the devil was like, ain't you gonna invite me in? And them motherfuckers was like, yeah, because Puffy got that paper. And if you got paper, goddammit, them motherfuckers wanna come in. Somebody said they wanted to get ate by the monster. That's right. That's right, dancing with the devil. Your grandmama them used to tell you, but now your grandmama out there in the streets. This the new world.
Great-grandstud.
Great-grandstud. Boy, you stupid to the mother.
Polite savages.
This country, you gotta make the money first. Then when you get the money, you get the power. Then when you get the power, then you get the woman.
So there's nothing else left to do but get on into it. Are you ready? Let's go. Well, you polite savages, it's time to come to the realization that Cassie, yes, Cassie Ventura, Bonnie to his Clyde, is the reason why Puffy was able to escape life in prison.
I live an extravagant life, and I make no apologies for it. I'm free as
100% apparent that Cassie was and should have been an indicted co-conspirator. Women's DNA on Kid Cudi's car, not a man's. Text messages to somebody threatening to unalive them, not Puff's.
Kid Cudi didn't want to come over in front of you, so now he got to burn this motherfucker's car up, run his house, steal all his kids' Christmas presents and shit. What kind of shit is this, Diddy? He recounted the break-in at his homes by calling subsequent firebombing of his car, and he didn't put no gasoline on that car, just trust and believe that. It was baby oil. He baby oiled the shit out that car, threw some mattress at it, poof, it went up in flames and shit. Anyway, so you know, that's some sick kind of jealousy. You can watch it get, but you don't want to get what you out to watch it.
That man, Sean Diddy Combs, is a total monster, a real-life supervillain. All I did was have sex with his girlfriend, and he issued a vendetta against me. He could not and would not stop terrorizing me. He torched my porch with a Molotov cocktail, poisoned my English bulldog Freshie. Ladies and gentlemen of the jury, Sean Diddy Combs did unspeakable things to my poor puppy. He lubed up Freshie's sphincter with baby oil and inserted orange Obama pills inside him.
Cassie FaceTiming her fiance while in the bed with Diddy, directly after a freak off. My goodness.
He's realizing he got played for a fool as well, because
She cheated on Alex with Diddy, but also cheated on Diddy with Alex. Oh yeah. Yeah, she cheated on Ryan Leslie to get with Diddy. She cheated on Diddy to get with Kid Cudi. She cheated on Kid Cudi to get with Diddy. She cheated on Diddy to get with Alex Fine. And then she cheated on Alex Fine to get with Diddy. Let me tell you something. The men are the victims. The men are the victims. She was getting by Diddy and FaceTime her now husband Alex. Oh,
Puff is the first person that we've seen. He's the first addict we've seen get used. Him being an addict weaponized against him.
Yeah.
Like, think about that. Like, addicts in our society have always gotten a pass. He's an addict. He can't help himself. The last 10 years of Whitney Houston life, it was the most grace for this woman. Like, she lost weight, she's an addict. She's doing this, she's an addict. Oh my gosh, she died. Well, finally she got a piece because she was an addict. Right? Puff's an addict. He's a sex addict. He's a drug addict. But he's a monster. Since when do addicts become monsters?
You know, they say, yeah, he got consumed with the drugs. And so when you hear certain things like that from a guy that's incarcerated, that means he's really, really in touch to the situation.
Right.
You feel me? And so at the end of the day, you know, and a lot of other things that Suge said, I mean, the industry don't change. If you don't control the industry will control you. If you don't humble yourself, if you don't let it go to your head, then it will get you. It will eat you up. It will consume you. When you think you're too big, well, you can go and file a lawsuit against Diageo.
Own Ciroc. Own Ciroc.
Exactly. When you feel like you can go after these type of conglomerates, something got to your head, Steve. Something really got to your head when you think you that big, where you could take on that giant.
If we were looking at this from a fair and equal stance, we would call her a queen pin and him the kingpin. There's a whole lot of people with a corrupted mindset who can't be impartial, who just want to see a man go to jail because they seen that Cassie videotape, but he wasn't charged with DV. A matter of fact, the prosecution didn't even bring up the DV. They brought up sexual deviancy, but sexual deviancy is not illegal any place in the United States. You could be as freaky as you want to be as long as everybody's a willing participant, and they were not able to prove, especially Ventura, who was orchestrating the freak-offs without Puff when he wasn't there, who was doing it many times when he wasn't there, who all of the paid entertainment said, Puff never contacted us. She did. She arranged it. She paid for it. She was the catalyst for it. I didn't even know who that dude was in the corner doing that freaky-deaky stuff, cucking himself. It's kind of hard to play victim when your hand is pulling the lever, you dig?
We also have to have an honest conversation about what people are willing to do for stardom. If you want a #1 record on the chart so bad you'll take a #1 in the face, some of that is on you. If you're literally being held captive, that's one thing. But if you're putting up with whatever for love or for your career, then you need to have a little more honesty and accountability about that.
I believe that she got complete immunity because he the target, and HSI, the feds, they get funding based off of the big things that they take down. And so they have to get the conviction rate, and she is needed as a star witness. And so, as usual, the woman is going to be absolved from the things that she participated in and she benefited from.
Didn't you hear the testimony today? They hadn't seen each other in 6 years when they got back to that was hard in court. They got a picture, man. That's it. And that's her. You can't tell. It's all about them. This that loving couple. This that toxic relationship, that Glorilla.
Hold on, Dollar Washer. Good to see you, man. Happy 4th of July weekend.
Rap about that them whole love. This the ideal relationship for the love and hip hop. A billionaire, a freak, let you play in it, but he go kick your ass, fight in public, y'all stab one another, bust up each other's tires. This that relationship. They just so happen to catch him on camera. They don't catch her hitting him in the head.
Right.
They'll never catch doing it. It's always the nigga. So we gonna play like she all innocent. This Bobby and Whitney again.
Yeah. If you're Me Tooing someone, it doesn't help your case if you texted him, me too. I just want it to be uncontrollable. If you want us to think you weren't always ready to freak off, don't write, I'm always ready to freak off. Or wish we could have FO'd before you left.
This is why I hate politics because he has to drive home that his client is innocent, she's strong, she's all of that. But she was always also Puff's main accomplice. You know what I'm trying to say? Who basically snitched on him,
She more guilty than secure.
turned on him to get exempt, like basically get immunity. Your client is a snitch. If it was a guy, that's what we be talking. Because it's a girl, it's like we don't say that. But because it's a guy, it's a girl. It's like she was a victim. She was strong. Bottom line was this: she was broke. She needs. Y'all had a plan that did it, and good for y'all.
And she freaky too. Spinning the narrative by painting herself as a tragic witness to first-hand POV debauchery. Just like a magician, she's pulling the misdirections, casting off those magic illusions on all of us, slowly with a sleight of hand gaining our trust. Here she is planning, coordinating, executing, and filming movies with well-hung dudes. Pause. As Diddy feverishly in a full costume from head to toe until he's comfortable, revealing himself to these dudes. With his hand on his junk, pleasuring himself while Cassie gets served up by the people she choosed herself. Diddy fell right in the role of being in one cuckold. While the news cycle on social media got Diddy in their sights, Cassie wasn't having any of it, so she threw a fit instead of proving herself worthy and up for the challenge. When it didn't go her way, well, what did she do? She opted instead for the opportunity of revenge and that settlement bread.
They're only upset because the ride is over. Yeah, what they doing there, the money, the drugs, the cars, the fame, she like, yeah, that's me. You telling yourself, she didn't really want that. Y'all lying. She was just brainwashed. She didn't really want that. Meanwhile, you're hearing that she smiled when they talked about the old days. She was sitting there smiling when she was confronted about it in court. That was for Diddy and the rest of them, let them know, yeah, this is why I'm doing it, because you brought the good times to an end.
So her husband already locked in, so
don't these two cases put Cassie and our Jane Doe, finding themselves in the same situation, being in the same predicament. They weren't upset with getting off, having fun and having them freak-offs, getting freaky deaky until they felt threatened when Diddy's full attention came down on Young Miami.
Women always get to escape accountability, play the victim. When the get tired of prostitution, she get mad at the pimp, she holler, I've been in traffic. Yeah, you done had plenty of time to get away, to say, I don't want to freak no more, Diddy. Especially when your mouth was full of them souls you say you would get. You could eat it, hey, time out, I don't want to do this no more. My throat is full of sore. My is itching. You know what I'm saying? She could have been blew the whistle. Flag on the plate. I done caught my 5th UTI. Yeah, nah, man. So she could have been blew the whistle, man. Yeah, free Diddy. They're trying to bring down a perverted black man with money. He ain't done nothing wrong. And ain't nobody said he done took some. Nobody. Ain't nobody came out and said I was forced to do this. And if I fly somebody in and I pay them, how that's against the federal law? How?
That's all I got for you, you polite savages.
That shit is entrapment. That shit is entrapment, because if you're encouraging women to sell, and I'm not, saying, and look, if you want trick, this is really for the tricks, honestly. I'm doing y'all a favor. But hey, y'all hit the like button, support the show. Are y'all entertained? Are y'all enjoying the show? What's going on? 2 hours and 44 minutes into the madness. We need at least 3 contributors. Can that be you? At least be one of the 3 contributors, y'all. If not more. Please support the shows. We work very hard to give y'all this, content. And this shit is draining. Shout outs to everybody that came through on movie night. We was watching She Hates Me. I ain't gonna lie. That was actually a really good movie to watch. During all of this stuff going on with Diddy and stuff like that. I had to sit back and think about it. I'm like, man, this is a weird ass movie but it's not bad. It wasn't a bad movie at all. You know, I'm still kind of mixed with my thoughts about it. You know, because it was twas a odd movie. You know, bro was smashing the whole universe. You know, so you know it's kind of had a bunch of kids and shit. You know, his life then took a huge turn, but you know that lets you know like yeah, you know there's people out here really going through it. You know, there's it was a pretty good movie actually. You know, it wasn't that bad. It was awkward, but it was pretty good. You know, shout outs to Chris G. Shout outs to everybody that was there. You dig? And shout outs to everybody that's here. Make sure you guys hit the like button and support the show.
You're a victim.
Here we go, CS.
He kind of was a player. He was a bit of a gigolo. I guess you could say he was a bit of a gigolo. You know. Speaking of tricks and people that's pro tricking, this live stream took place. I wanted to check it out. Let's check it out real quick.
What's going on, everybody? It is Coach Greg Adams back in here with another YouTube live stream. Shout out to the Coach Gang.
And that's you.
For being in here, being involved, and being active on this YouTube channel. And welcome back to the Coach Greg Adams channel.
Shout outs to Coach Greg Adams. He got a show that was talking about men are clueless about dating. He like Rosebud right here, but let's go.
All right, the Coach Greg Adams.
No, there was no players in that movie, but bro was a gigolo, sort of. You know, I wouldn't say he was a player, but he was getting broken off 10 racks. I ain't see no NDAs, but hey.
Channel. And this is somewhat the Saturday wake-up show. You in here with the Bruce Wayne it is Ish, the King of Kings, the King of Content, and the Speaker of Truth, yours truly, the notorious one, a.k.a. Mr. Coach Alini, better known as the prognosticator Coach Stradamus, and you're in the Desert Storm Bunker with none other than EWF. That is every woman's fantasy and the whole fucking show. I'm the CEO, Niggero, of Fixes Binds LLC, the unbinder, the undebatable, the undisputed best entertainment here on YouTube. You can call me Senor Gregorio Greatbeard. The ladies love to call me Mr. Third
leg was just
Leg
phenomenal.
Greg. Also the man with one throw that is the Mitch Slapper. You can call me the Anointed One.
Acknowledge me.
The founding father of the After Pill, the junior college sociologist, the Morpheus of the Mating Matrix, the chocolate and confused.
I am confused. When did he start going by all of these monikers? Some of them are disturbing.
The Black Moses, the Deliverer, also known as the man that walks in the spirit of Elijah. I'm the man with more nicknames than anyone in the game. But in case you forget those names, just call me CGA. That is C God Allah. And I'll be the 14-time demonetized champion of YouTube. Welcome back, ladies and gentlemen, to the Coach Greg Adams channel, the flagship, the original channel.
Shout outs to everybody here. CUDA Game Authority. Right. What's going on, UFO? I need you guys to do me a huge favor because our channel is demonetized. You know, our channel is demonetized, especially for the entertainment of people here. So if you guys could please hit the like button and support the show. I've been dropping the links. All right, you guys got wrenches here. Please acknowledge those links and definitely support the show. No wrench abuse, y'all. All right, no wrench abuse, y'all. All right, please hit the like button, support the show, hit the Cash App or hit the PayPal, please. Let's get at least 2 to 3 supporters, all right? It's player talk. Shout out to UFO Kamikaze in the building. Let's get it.
All right, man. I let this channel die. Let me tell you, man. Let me tell you something about this channel. Welcome back to the Coach Greg Adams channel. I haven't posted very much over here over the years. In 2021, ladies and gentlemen, the year 2021, I got demonetized. Okay. I got demonetized. This channel got demonetized in the year 2021. This is well before Andrew Tate got demonetized, well before Fresh and Fit, well before Pearl, well before them. And it was after the Apocalypse individuals who got demonetized and shadow banned. So it was after Angry Man and Obsidian and Minister Jap. Shout out to those brothers in the struggle. The Apocalypse victims and Miggy 101 and what's our other brother's name? I can't even remember his name off the top. Big John. So when this channel got demonetized, one of the things that I did was jumped around. I started, I already had the other channels. Most of the other channels were already in existence because I knew it was only a matter of time. And then what I did was I jumped over to the Free Agent Lifestyle channel, which had like 50,000 subscribers at the time. And I got this channel demonetized in 2021. And I end up jumping over to the Free Agent Lifestyle channel and creating some other channels just to beat that. And I beat it for about 9-10 months. And then 10 months later in 2022, the Free Agent Lifestyle channel and the rest of the channels got demonetized down the line. All right. All in one day, one fell swoop, 8 channels in one day get demonetized.
Not Poach. I'm kind of glad y'all know he be taking stuff, man. Poach Greg Adams is ridiculous.
Monetized. So, this channel's been sitting at 240,000 subscribers since 2021. All right. It's pretty much, it's been going backwards because I don't post here anymore. And a lot of the people who subscribe to this channel, even back then, probably don't watch the channel now. So once they get notifications that I post over here, they just be like, oh, I don't want to hear this Negro. So the channel's been in limbo for like 4 years, going on 4 years, pretty much 4 years. And I haven't posted over here too much. Every now and then I'll be like, I'll revive it. But I was looking for some direction on what to do with this channel, although it's like severely demonetized. And I do have some ideas that I'm ready to go forward because you know what year it is. It's the 2025. It's Boss Up. It's Boss Up 2025. So the point that I was making is I had no incentive to post over here. It was a real kick in the nuts. It hurt my soul. It hurt my stomach to get this channel demonetized as it was blowing up. It had great progression. So it really made me a little bit sad. All right. I was sad. I had a sad 100% when this channel got demonetized to the point where I just didn't even want to come over here. I was just like, what a waste. All right. But then the Free Agent Lifestyle channel got demonetized. And I was like, well, all right. Well, what are we dealing with here? So maybe, just maybe I might, give our original channel another chance. Although, because I still post on the Free Agent Lifestyle channel and the Notorious CGA channel and the Ask Coach Greg Adams channel. I still post on those every now and then, but mostly the Free Agent Lifestyle channel and the Notorious channel, and they're demonetized too. So what the hell? All right, what the hell? But today, we wanted to do this show, how men are clueless in dating and relationships and marriage, and we're going to use this particular stream to get you to wake up. All right,
I'm trying to figure out, why do brothers still try to talk about this topic when they've drawn the line in the sand and told brothers to trick on women? Brothers should be busy somewhere on Figueroa or working to go give their hard-earned money to women. Why are we talking about relationships? I thought they had to go to the jugo or whatever he calls it.
This to get woke up. All right, that's what it says right there. Use this to get wake up. All right, yeah. All right, what kind of title is that? Use this to get wake up. It should say use this to wake up. All right, but let me see if I can make a change in the midstream. But let me just tell you, to contribute to today's show, hit the like button. And also, to contribute to today's show, it is $ the Notorious CGA on the Cash App, Venmo, Coach Greg Adams TV. It is PayPal, paypal.me/
Crazy, man. He gonna get all this. He gonna get that support too. Yeah, y'all hit the like button, support the show, man. Y'all be robbing me. I be getting robbed, man. Be giving y'all the value. Shout outs to Coach Greg, but goddamn. Let's go, y'all.
Last Coach Greg Adams, and that is near the top of the description box on the Free Agent Lifestyle channel. And you can super chat by clicking the link on the top of the live chat on the Free Agent Lifestyle channel. I also noticed that this stream is labeled under gaming. All right, gaming. All right, let me see here. Let's just change the name. Gaming. This is not a gaming stream. Maybe perhaps this is why people aren't getting notified. I did have somebody ask me one time.
Here's the thing, though, because he goes against the game and the mouthpiece and stuff like that, but yeah, he's still trying to tell y'all how to have a relationship and stuff like that. It's like people that go against the game be the main ones trying to give game. And honestly, is really another form of dirty macking. You know what I'm saying? Hey, don't listen to that guy. The bitches are over here. Listen to me. You know? Where two things could be right at the same time. You know, if your game was good, you don't have to undercut nobody. But I just don't get it. You know, a lot of he's pro tricking. You know, take your money and put it in the hand. Have your little prostitute girlfriend. Date a couple hookers and stuff like that. Deal with hookers. You know. And like I've been saying for a long time, a lot of these guys are game goofy, man. You got to teach them how to deal with hookers. That's literally sending dudes into the belly of the beast. Knowing damn well the type of women that you're telling them to pursue, there's a chance they're going to end up on the blade. Or hear about the blade. And it's like, dang, you ain't getting no type of briefing. Just stand out. That's basically what's going on. You just sending them to the blade. That's not no place for a young, astute black man. So, forgive me if I'm offended by that, because I'm actually and have actually saved a bunch of black men from that. So I kind of feel some type of way when I hear some shit like that, and then one of the ideologies is that, oh, the game is fake. Okay, so go be a John then. This kind of messes up the game where people don't want to draw a line in the sand and stay there. It's like some fence sitting shit. It's like, are you going to tell guys to be a John or not? Because respectfully, if that's what you're going to say, cool. Then, stand on that, But, even that shit fucks up the squirrel world, because dudes are dipping in or having secret lives on the side and then turning around pretending to be squares, but they're not fully in the game, or they, you know what I'm saying? They're not square. Even a square would look at you crazy if you have a hooker girlfriend. And then try to return back to the square life, pretending to be gamed up or trying to date square women like you ain't did nothing. That shit is crazy.
How come you don't stream? How come you don't stream on this channel? Well, as you can see, because people assume if you have more subscribers, there'll be more people watching you. Not necessarily. Not necessarily. YouTube and social media is a funny thing. All right. You'd be like, oh, this channel has more subscribers. You should stream over there and more people will be there. The answer is nope. No. All right. I've seen channels have less subscribers than my Free Agent Lifestyle channel, and they'll have 20,000 people in there. All right, 20,000, and they'll have 100,000 subscribers. All right, so it is not necessarily a direct correlation as to more subscribers, more viewers. Nah, that's not how it works. I mean, there's people who have 1 million subscribers and they don't beat me on a regular basis. They have 1 million subscribers and my live stream on the Free Agent Lifestyle channel beats them. So it is, it is a funny thing how the algorithm works and all of that stuff. But can we hear for the guys here? Do me a favor, hit the like button. Okay. And we're going to talk about it here. We're going to use this to wake some men up here, but it's not going to be a long stream, but it is what it is. All right. Shout out to our brother. It is J Flow CGA on a Saturday, and some fresh barbecue is like bung bung. Not sure what that is, but he says salute to the baddest mofo low down around this town, and shout out to the coach gang in the building. Shout out to the coach gang. All right. Had to rededicate myself, man, and put myself first. Make my content, eliminate distractions and get back focused on what matters. And there's more opportunities here for everybody, and there's abundance. Let's see here. We do have some cash apps. Shout out to Joshua Moon, says caught a flatback down bad and she's beautiful. That will happen. That is definitely something that will happen. All right. I caught a bad flatback down bad. And I rearranged her insides for about a good 6 months. All right. And it was a good old time, but she was cray-cray, as most of them are. All right. But yeah. And she knew she would caught me down bad. Every now and then that works. Todd Cummings, Todd C says, for the vacation.
All right.
This is the book. Has so much more to offer to those that live free. Do you hear that? But it is not for life. It can be a lifetime change. So I can go temporarily, get away from commitment. All right, this is crazy. Some fine feline calico. Meow. All right, anyway. Do me a favor, hit that like button, man. It's going to be that time here. And you know what time it is. I'm treating myself this Saturday. But I was like, you know what? Let me check in with the gang. Because the gang needs to sometimes get a check-in. Church check-in. Shout out to Minister Jap. Shout out to our brother. It is Dom AW, says, Coach, on a Saturday, I have to support the grind. Boss up 2025.
Yeah, boss up, nigga.
All right, on a Saturday with a message. Shout out to Abby Santee, an original Coach Gang member. Hello, my brother. Bossing up is the fucking mission.
Yeah, boss up, nigga.
He says men need to understand that dating is dead and only money talks. Salute. And
see what I'm saying?
All right, it wasn't a catalog of hookers. All right, it wasn't a catalog of hookers on Instagram. Like, just think about that.
See what I'm saying?
And TikTok is even younger than that. Just so we can say right here, TikTok, and these are things that dominate our lives today. TikTok is 13 years old. Oh, no, it's not 13 years old. It came around, it's 9 years old. And OnlyFans. We talk about these things all the time. OnlyFans is 9 years old as well. All right, so 10 to 15 years can change dramatically. So you best be prepared. All right, you best be prepared for what can happen. It doesn't mean it's going to end. The world's not going to end, but you can get left behind. And think about how many people have made millions and millions and millions of dollars in the last 10 to 15 years through these vehicles, as they say. We do have two more, and I'm going to get on with the show. Two more. It is our brother David Tully Blanchard says, Coach, live on a Saturday. Let's go. Did you move the old money mindset streams? No, they're still there. They're still there. You got to go to that top link, and they're on the Vimeo channel. And you got to get the password, too. They should be there unless something happened. All right, and Brayon says, Coach, greetings from your favorite Mitch Ninja, and I know this stream is already going to be legendary. Shout out to you. We got 615 people here. You see me with my colors on now. All right, unfortunately, I'm on StreamYard because my Stream Labs is connected to the Coach Greg Adams channel. It would have just been a clusterfuck just to do it. I would have almost had to simulcast.
which wouldn't have been a bad idea. But I wanted to show love to the Coach Greg Adams channel, the flagship. I didn't believe this is a channel I worked hard on, and we're here. And I wanted to only be here. So I'm on StreamYard, and as you can see, I'm washed out just a little bit. All right, it's not as crisp. The color's not as crisp. And not only that, I got my colors on over here. I'm feeling player around here from the Himalayas. And I also got my button down to my belly button right here. I got it down here. All right, and I got my tank top underneath it. Underneath, it's underwear. But you see me out here shining and gleaming. Got my colors on. I picked this up when I was in Rio de Janeiro, Brazil, because they lost my luggage. I had to go shopping. So I picked this up, and I have a photographer that took some pictures of me. I haven't released them yet, but I have some photos, some fine photos.
Coach getting old as shit. He just talking about old nigga shit.
Photos in this fine linen. All right, looking fresh. But let's get into this part of the show. Thank you for the early support. Men are clueless, and we'll give you 3 things that you should be looking for in relationship to how women are today. You call them the modern women or whatever you want to call them. All right, what men want to have in this space is the idea that women are going to wake up. Women are going to say, hey, you know what? We made a mistake. They're going to come back.
Oh, man, I got to send this to Ty City. He just got right into it. He anti-SBE right now. He been listening to us. How many times y'all heard? God damn, just start the show off stealing. And he gonna get all the support in the world saying the same shit we say. We gotta go through hell just to get. God damn. How much times have especially within the last couple of days, y'all hear me and a bunch of other people in this space, and Ty and a couple other people say what we've been saying for years. Like, y'all want women to say sorry or to apologize. Hey, we fucked up. Okay, cool. Like, what's the admission gonna do? They basically know this man just can't. Oh, Coach be stealing like shit, man.
Crawling on their knees. They're going to beg you. Oh, my God. Sorry, we fell for the feminist lie. What do we need to do for you, average Joe, to be a better woman? Should we go in the kitchen and cook or clean? Should we give up all of our feminist ideas?
Oh, man. Shout out to everybody here. What's going on, New? What's going on, Paul, man? Y'all support the show, man. This is wrong. This is wrong, man. I'm gonna have to do a. Nah, man. Dang, he grifting over to. Ooh-wee. Nah, this is crazy.
Should we give up our rights? Should we give all the things that we worked hard as women to fight for? Should we give this up for your moral crusade? Should we give this up for your traditional relationships? You think that's going to happen, and it's not going to happen. This is why I think we're going to go into a new series of types of relationships that are going to be the standard or the norm. Like poly, there's going to be that type of thing. You're going to have an open sexual.
No, it's called free use. Now, watch he say this in his next latest videos. It's called a free use relationship. It's called free use.
Marketplace. You're going to have a monetized sexual dating marketplace. And then you're also going to have the conflict of what this is. You're going to get to that when I get to point number 3. But you're going to have new forms of relationships that specifically in Western cultures in the United States and even in the UK. You're going to have the JUCO. You're going to have all of that stuff. And we learned this in the Diddy trial. The JUCO is now overt operation. Okay. So we're going to talk about this. Now, let me go ahead and show you here. You think women are somehow going to wake up and be apologetic about the direction that modern women went, and it's not going to happen. So men continue to be clueless, and they think that their women are going to be sympathetic to their plight. At some particular point, women are going to be sympathetic to their plight. All right, women are going to wake up one day and be like, oh, man, poor guys at the bottom of the dating rung. All right, maybe we should just settle for less. The answer is nope, it's not going to happen. So this is not doom and gloom, and it is not a strategy for women to even achieve this. They're not even concerned with this. They're not even concerned with saving civilization. They're not concerned about them, throwing away their 20s. They have no concerns. Now, later on down the line, when they're 50 and they need SSRI and Medicare and they need these things, yeah, they're going to be crying. They're going to hit the wall. Some of them won't. Some of them will. Okay, trust me, I'm going to turn 50 this year. The women that are 50, a lot of them are still good looking. Yeah, they might have looked old, right? They're older and they have less dating options in terms of they have less relationship options, but they still living decent lives. Some of them are in a bind, you know what I mean? Some of them are financially broke, but if you go to the middle to upper class realm of women, they still look good, right? They still in the gym. All right, I go to a high-end gym and they still in there looking good. Like they might have hit the wall and got some wrinkles and frown lines and some crow's feet. Some of them don't. They done Botox the shit out of their forehead. Some of them don't. Some of them look funny. Some of them got implants and BBL. But at the end of the day, they ain't hitting the wall like that. And they still out here having a party. A lot of them got a little bit of money in their bank account. A lot of them divorced their husbands. They still doing okay. They're still doing okay. And they still are out here dating. And they still out here getting folded up like a love letter from the second grade by young dudes and old dudes. All right. So some of them are getting NAD plus shots. Some of them are putting testosterone in their back. All right. Some of them are getting orgies and trains. It ain't what you think. Now, on the lower rung, yeah, there's some tortas and some gorditas and some fat black.
Y'all hit the like button, support the show, hit the Cash App. 3 hours and 11 minutes into the madness. Are y'all enjoying the show? Hit the like button and support the show. Support the show, y'all. It's Player Talk.
Women that are completely, absolutely priced out. Yep, they're out of shape and all of that. Yep, they're getting HGH shots every month. That's where they are. That's where they are. So the idea that they're going to be crawling back by the time they get 40 and 50, it's not gonna happen the way you think. Now, if you jump on Tinder,
yeah, he's still trying to sneak it in. After just repeating what we've been saying. That shit is crazy, man.
If you jump on Tinder, you're going to see it. And a lot of those women are going to be human resource officers. Let me see if I got the Coach Gang HR department here. It's been a long time. There they go right there. Then they're going to be these women. If you go to the lower middle class, if you go to the middle subsection of the United States of America, if you go to the depressed areas of Tinder and Bumble, yeah, these women are going to exist. They're going to exist, and it's going to be somewhat pathetic, and you can laugh at them. But then in terms of the women that are still up here trying to keep their marketplace value up, they still out here competing. They over there I see older women on the treadmill and on that motherfucking Stairmaster, and they killing it. They killing it. They got their HGH and their testosterone. They all muscular and lean and ripped, vascular veins. All right. They tightly packed. All right. They got the curves and waves. And they out here getting folded up. Look at Charisse Theron talking about she getting folded up by 26-year-old men. So that's where they at. So it's not the fact that they can't get any attention. They can get attention. They can get attention out here, and they can get folded up. Young dudes out here, Pookies don't believe in the wall. Pookies don't believe in the wall. They will fuck a 49, 50, 56-year-old woman just like that. All right. And we in this space look at these pathetic 62-year-old women like Tracy Ellis Ross. All right, bruh. A young dude is going to fold Tracy Ellis Ross up, nut all over her.
All right. That already happened.
Okay. They don't care. All right. So they still will get that. Now, this woman still will pine for relationships and try to position herself to get still higher tier men. They're still going to do this, and they'll do whatever they need to do. Travel. They'll do all of this stuff. Yeah. They'll do this.
I've flown myself to Paris. I've done Greece. I've island hopped. I've done all of that.
So the idea that they're going to be down and out, it just depends on what person you see, what person you're talking about. A woman that lost her value at 25 already, and she already gaining weight and she plumping up like a Butterball Frank. Yeah, she's going to have trouble, especially if she has bad habits. All right. But it's still, somebody still might pick her up. Somebody still might pick her up. There's only takes one here and there. All right, but here's the thing. When it comes to this, since they're not going to all crawl back, they're not going to go and settle for the average Joe. They're not going to just settle for less. Take a listen to this young lady right here. Now, again, I'm not playing this so I can say, yeah, guys, you are screwed. What I'm saying is this is why I think things won't change as you hope, because hope is not a strategy. Things are not going to change as you hope because they're not changing, right? They're not bending. They're not bending. They're not listening to your red pill, your blue pill, your black pill, your purple pill. They don't care. And this one is going to say something that I've said, but let's let her say it. This is 2.5 minutes.
There's no male loneliness epidemic. It's just natural selection. So in nature, whenever there's like a female and the males want to mate with her, the males have to compete with each other. And the female picks out the strongest partner, the strongest mate, the one that she wants the most.
Man, shut up. The males be bogarting. Who the hell listens to a little broad that don't know what the hell she talking about? Trying to educate you on some shit she learned yesterday. She don't even know what nature she talking about. Talking about something a female picks the strongest one. Nigga, whoever gonna win gonna go over there and bogart that woman. She don't got to pick. The hell are you talking about?
After that male proves himself to be worthy or to be the best option.
Prove himself. They be talking that shit. That's like a caveman that hit them upside the head with a club. Talking about something. Shut up.
And so I feel like now, like in this patriarchal society, this society was set up by men for men. That's what patriarchy means.
No,
men created it, and it's for men. Everything is for men. So they've shifted the narrative, and they're like, it's a male loneliness epidemic. It's like, no, it's natural selection. This is the way nature is supposed to be.
All right, so this is something, and this is a 2-minute video. I'm not gonna just let her run and get a damn filibuster on my channel. But yeah, this is the truth. This is the truth. Now, the reason why you might disagree with it is because it's not going to look like traditional natural selection, right? Or you could go back into not Sigmund Freud, whatever that dude's name is with the evolution, the theory of evolution. What's the dude's name?
Darwin?
I can't even think of his name right now. Theory of evolution.
Darwin.
All right, let me see if I can pull this up here. What was it? Charles Darwin is his name. All right, Charles Darwin. Where is it at here? Yes, I took biology. But in the Darwinism, it happened over what? Periods of millions of years. All right. Charles Darwin created this theory that we've evolved from fish and then monkeys and apes and chimps and monkey-ape baboons and all of this, right? And it took over millions of years to get to this. And then we went to Homo erectus, and then it took time to build villages, and we hunted and gathered and right? Distribution of gender roles. It took a lot of time where you could go back and say, damn, it took all this time to evolve. Well, why is the dating marketplace and marriage changed over 20, 30, 40 years and 50 years? Because it's accelerated now. Okay. It's accelerated. We have things accelerating it like technology. Technology accelerates things significantly because what took horse and carriage, a carrier pigeon, to get people on the same path, what took planning in communities and like-minded people to meet on Sundays in churches and synagogues and temples to be able to develop over time a pattern of behavior. Now we can do it just like that. All right, we could just get on here and then disseminate the information and then get people to have a collective thought. And then now people can they can act accordingly. For instance, we've heard this whole 6 foot tall. All right. The women are like, he got to be 6 feet and above. Now it's not a standard, but we know that is more prevalent. Now I can tell you 25 years ago, we didn't hear that. We heard tall, dark, and handsome, but tall was not necessarily this idea of 6 feet. Neither was six figures. So at some particular point, somebody on social media, somebody on technology, somebody on Al Gore's internet said 6 feet tall. Somebody said 6 figures, and it accelerated like that. It spread like wildfire. Now, we know that there's some men who are under 6 feet that get a woman. Some of them are good with women. It doesn't mean you're excluded. It just means that the standard has changed, and it changes fast. So then the marketplace adapts. So now that this natural selection happens, it doesn't take 1,000,000 years. It doesn't take 1,000 years. It goes pretty rapidly. And that's what we've seen. It just changes in a generation with the more exposure. Since women have own group preference and a hive mind, they tend to listen to other women, not men, as she's saying, the patriarchal. Okay. But the women tend to listen to other women. And then they go, boom. All right. Since this is what we're doing, let's stay on code. And then natural selection is actually accelerating. It's accelerated. It's faster. So that then men get potentially moved out and bumped out of this competition. Let's hear what she's talking about here.
Like, we need to get more back to nature. That's the way I'm operating now. I'm like, because a lot of the men, I swear, so many of them, they want a submissive provider. Like, they're princesses. They want you to chase them. They want you to pursue them like you're the man. And then when you're together, they want you to do everything. And it's like, they essentially want a slave. That's what it is. They don't want you to say anything to them if they treat you bad. They don't want you to do.
Man, all these girls say the same thing. And y'all dudes be having so much of a hard fucking time to figure them out. They all say and do the same shit. Y'all niggas be trying to become unique niggas to figure out the same shit. Oh my God, I'm just gonna repeat the same shit like I just came up with it and I'm just like original? That shit is annoying. Like when you hear them say stuff and they're trying to act like they're sure of it, but they pose it as a question. Oh my God, did I pose that as a question? Oh my God, they're all the same shit. Nigga, both genders haven't even seen a slave. That shit is goofy to me, new. You know what I'm saying? You know what I'm talking about. That shit is goofy. Sitting up here listening to this person trying to get a grasp of her goofy ideology. She can't even pull it from her memory. She looking up into the right. Just making this shit up as she go along because she heard it on the internet. Get on their page and act like they came up with this shit. No shit.
Do anything back. They think a good woman is just lets me cheat and not tell me anything. And then when you tell them something, then they go like, wow, she's a lot to deal with.
Okay, so this is going to come up later in my point number 3. This is what she's talking about now. And again, remember, you don't have to agree, but this is how women see it. So women are saying, hey, look, these guys just want to be able to have multiple women. They want to say this is our biological urge. You want to go back to the Bible. You want to go back to history.
Well, no, shout outs to Malcolm in the building. They're not even university trained anymore because, you know, that stuff from the millennial era, that stuff got pushed out of schools because now universities are just straight up LGBT. You know, universities are straight more of a benefit for like straight on gay people than straight women trying to do shit to men. You know, universities now will be a challenge to feminists that kind of don't want to be lesbians or lesbitarians and shit. You dig? Now they gotta accept that, you know, that they just get the whole ball thrown at them. You know, feminism is like an introduction to the LGBT. Now it's just straight up, you either gotta be down or you're just a piece of shit in their eyes.
And evolution and science, but the women are saying no. They're saying no bueno.
If you didn't get pre-broken in high school, you gonna be a little bit lost.
They're saying that's not what we're gonna do. We're not gonna be quiet and submissive. We don't have to do that. So that's how it's changing, and men are clueless to it. You're just saying, well, then I'm gonna find a woman like that. Now you're gonna find a woman with that quality, but does she have all the qualities? We know she's not gonna have all the qualities. She might shut up.
And the crazy part is that actual masculine men attract lesbians. Not lesbians, I said lesbians. Feminists. They attract feminists. So I told you guys, if you red pill or you a masculine man, the majority of the women that you're gonna date, they're gonna be feminists. Most of them are gonna hide it from you, But you don't got to tell her that you're open and privy to these conversations. You don't got to tell her that you picked up on certain things. You know, let them be a little undercover feminists. Most of them are anyway. That's what's going to be attracted to you. Some women be feeling like they've been dealing with a lot of men and they didn't have a say, which they didn't. I mean, they did, but they didn't. Because they like dating masculine, somewhat men that they would call misogynists. They want to play undercover feminists, and then when shit don't go their way, they get mad and said they were never heard. I never got a voice. I never got to speak out. I never. Y'all hit the like button. Support the show, y'all. 3 hours and 25 minutes in. I'm just going to turn this shit off soon. Hold on, y'all. I want to get into the politics, but this is frustrating. Let's get it. Y'all hit the like button. Support the show. Let's at least get 2 contributors, y'all. Damn.
She might be submissive, but she's not going to let you cheat. Or she might let you cheat, but she might not shut up and be submissive. So you're not going to get the complete thing. Not everybody is, for certain. So men are still going, I'm going to date this quality. This is what we're looking for. Fit, feminine, and friendly. Well, that's not necessarily the case anymore. That's not necessarily the case. Fit, feminine, friendly is something that we desire, but that's not what they're offering. That's not what they're offering. As soon as they get fit, they on the Al Gore's internet, and they're doing what? They're exercising their options. All right. So they're not just going fit and then feminine and friendly and just going to come over here and be submissive and let you cheat. All right. They're not going to do it. They're not doing it. So that's how men are being clueless, because we tend to be one dimensional in our thinking, where we're like, we want a woman that fits this mold. Today's women are offering that. Just to let you guys know, because this is what they're doing here, especially the women that are mid to ugly. All right. They're not doing it.
Because they're not used to being accountable to like keeping their word and stuff. And it's like, I would rather literally die alone than be with somebody that doesn't reach my standards. I have so many comments from men. They're like, women, your standards are too high. You need to lower them. I'd rather die alone. I'd rather die alone than.
There you go. I'd rather die alone. So the whole idea, remember, this is something that we heard from the legendary Kevin Samuels. You're going to die alone. What we have to understand, at the current rate the economy is and the current structure of our country, they would rather die alone. All right. Again, this is why I believe, and this is not all of them. Remember, this is not all of them, but all you need is 20-30% of women doing this, and it will affect the rest of the dating marketplace, because these are single available women that have this, and they said, I would rather die alone. You see what I mean? I would rather die alone. So this is what you're up against. This is what you're clueless. You're just thinking that women are just going to buckle because they're women. They just don't have to. Not in the United States. Not in the United States. They just don't simply have to. Let's see what else she has to offer here.
Be with a man that doesn't reach my standards, because I've done it in the past. It's gotten me almost unalived. It's gotten me robbed. It's gotten me emotionally destroyed. It's gotten me almost put into a loony bin. It's gotten me hurt so freaking bad by the men. Because what is it? Like, men are women's apex predator. And what happens in a relationship is like the person most likely to kill you or hurt you is your boyfriend or husband. So I'm not going to lower my standards to be with a dude. Like, they're not that valuable to me in my eyes. Like, I don't know what to tell you. I'm doing it like nature. You bring me shiny rocks. You bring me resources. You make your offering. You do your little bird dance, and I'll look and I'll think about it. And that's it. Anyone's trying to mate with me, you got to be an actually worthy person. Like, what the hell? And like, I'm not even dating. I'm not even trying to tell you guys anything. So don't you actually come over here doing your dumb bird dances.
All right. So there you go right there. So again, she's like, I don't need this. Now, listen, I ain't trying to correct this woman. I'm not trying to correct her. What I'm trying to do is shine a light and educate men as to what you're up against. So this woman, she's good looking. She's a decent looking woman. She obviously has trauma and some mental health conditions. All right. You can see her eyes. She's a little bit loopy. She's all over the place. And all of that. But you wouldn't know that if you met her, if you seen her at the mall, you wouldn't know that. And also you wouldn't know that this is loaded in her. You wouldn't know this. The only way you would find this out is if you're trying to put her on your program. Okay, so let's say you met her. Let's say she said, yeah, let's meet. Let's say you took her on a date or one or two. Let's say you progress with her and you got into a relationship. What you don't know is that this is underneath all of that. This is hiding underneath. This is what guys don't understand. You think you're gonna hear this up front? Nah, you're gonna hear this somewhere down the line. 3 months, 4 months, 5 months, 6 months, maybe a year. You might not never hear it, but by her actions and the way she cooperates, she is going to have this mindset. And you're gonna be like, man, these girls tripping. They're not tripping. They just didn't show you this initially.
They're
not going to show you this up front.
There's signs there that you can pick up on. And you can't literally just say, oh, well, you guys are just overlooking the signs. Well, no, you are overlooking the signs. But that's the thing about when you meet somebody or you like somebody, especially in the beginning, you'll let them get away with murder. You'll let them get away with murder, you know?
They'll show TikTok this and the internet this, but then you're going to try to pull her onto your program and get her on and then she's going to fight you and buck it. She's going to buck because this is what she thinks underneath it. But as long as you're giving her money, energy, attention, or time, she won't show you this. She's just going to make you work for it. And you're going to be thinking like, I'm going to work for this and work for that. Okay, and then you're gonna figure out you're gonna waste a whole bunch of time. This is why men are clueless. You're trying to find the woman that is not like this. The problem is when she shows up, she's gonna be not like that. She's gonna be like that, and she's gonna fool you, manipulate you. She's gonna present her representation, her representative, and you're gonna think you got it good. She might open up her legs. She might let you throttle her. She might let you get some friction on your diction. And guess what? She'll flip. The mask will fall off. Bait and switch. She's going to change up, switch up. She's going to change up and switch up. And then she's going to say, it's your fault. Just so you know.
It is all Jermaine's fault.
She's going to say it's your fault. And she's going to run
fault.
back to the streets. And then you're going to be scratching your head. Damn, I thought I had one. What happened? Well, what happened was they're already preloaded with this mindset. And not only that, they're government supported with this mindset. Okay. All right. So don't think you met a good one. It's just a matter of time until she switches up. Now, this brings me to this point, and this is point number 1. A woman's loyalty is for lease. You hear me? Dr. Umar style. A woman's loyalty is for lease. I'm going to say it again. A woman's loyalty is for lease. You take this young woman here with all of this ideas she have in her head after 25, 26, 28 years of living in her own head with trauma coming in. This is what you're signing up for. The more life they live gives them more room to be traumatized, especially when you get into where we get to point number 3, promiscuity, where this past will come back to affect you. Her past matters because she mentioned it, her trauma. She said that, her trauma. That means that's her past. Well, if that's the case, she's bringing that into your relationship. The past men who hurt her, who threatened her, who abused her, who over-sexualized her, who took advantage, that past is going to come up, which means in effect, if she does submit to you, it's going to be temporary, which means in effect, a woman's loyalty is for lease.
What's going on, Gail? Good to see you. Happy 4th of July weekend. Hopefully your day is going as good as mine. Well, my day's not going too well, but hopefully your... What's today? Oh, it's nighttime where you guys are. Shit. Hopefully your night is going and your day has went as well. Has went good as well. All right. Shout outs to everybody here. 3 hours and 34 minutes into the madness. Please hit the like button. Support the show. Let's at least try to get one contributor to today's show. We got Coach Greg Adams telling you guys how men are clueless when it comes to relationships. Which a lot of them are, but they're also clueless when it comes to dating also. Which I'm trying to figure out because I'm pretty sure he's pro tricking, but hey, It is what it is. Tricks get into relationships too, though. Oh, let's go.
Even if you're married to her for 12 years, you're leasing her loyalty. They have something they used to say back in the day. What have you done for me lately? Dun, 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 dun. Ooh, yeah. Okay. A woman's loyalty is for lease. Now, you're going to hear the internet start saying this because I haven't heard anybody say this. I'm pretty sure somebody has. But yes, her loyalty is for lease.
We said it a million times.
What you've done for her today matters. What you did for her yesterday does not matter. Okay? It doesn't matter. Trust me. I've been with many women. And I've been with women, and the shit was good until it wasn't. It was gravy until it wasn't. You told her yes, 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 yes. When you start telling her no, 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 watch how much resistance she puts up. She's going to put up a ton of resistance. Then it ain't going to be so easy. Now, if you ain't blowing her back out or hitting that bottom, she going to dip. She going to dip. But if you blowing that back out, she'll keep letting you blow that back out and keep coming and saying, I'll be good. And then once you finish blowing that back out, she's going to switch up on you because you're telling her, no, 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 no. You're not making it easy anymore. And the
I'm not going to lie. I kind of even hate the fact, too, that sometimes on these shows and stuff like that, just to get males' attention, some niggas got to do what women do, which is sell the idea of sex before you can even talk about a real, genuine relationship. Sometimes y'all be locked into a relationship with some weak ass sex, but it's like, hey, you know what? I'm just glad to be getting some. And it's like, I hate that. Like, weak ass sex is a selling point to men. Oh, you blowing her back? How much times you gonna blow somebody back out before it gets tiring? Like, y'all, you gotta put emphasis, right, on the non-sexual attention. Let the sex be like the cherry on top. Y'all are cool. Y'all have fun with each other. Do things nice for each other. Gift each other. Teach each other things. You can actually talk. Y'all ever been in a relationship where you can actually talk to the person that you're with? Y'all like being around each other. It's not a burden. Even if you dating a hoe, sex is mandatory. Like it's something other than sex. Like, god damn. And it is because I'm getting older. I'm not even gonna lie. It is because I'm getting older too. It's like if you in your 50s worrying about blowing a woman's back out, you need to be worried about your back. Come on, man.
less easier you make it, the more likely the lease is over. So the loyalty was on lease. Her submission was on lease. Her happiness was on lease. That's what it was. So a woman's loyalty is always for lease. If she senses that you're not loyal, don't think she's going to be loyal either. That's going to get to point number 3. But if these men, there's some dudes out there that have, and she even mentioned it. She even mentioned it where she's like, oh, these dudes think they can just be out here telling, me this biological science that men want to spread their seed. She said, nah, man, if that's what you're going to do, I'm going to do it too. Okay, so the women know the streets are always available, which means in effect, there are some women back in time that had no other choice. She had to let grandpa go out there and do what he wanted to do. Go big, go get busy, go to the juke joint, go to the flapper joint, go to the titty bar after work and not come home. Those days are over. Those days are over. You do that, you're going to find your wife getting her inside guts rearranged. Guts rearranged. And then she'll be having a baby that you don't even know is another man's baby. I was watching a thing yesterday. It was a real life true crime about a guy that went over to the Philippines, and he went over there with his big money, and he married up a 17-year-old Filipina chick and gave it about 5 or 6 years. He put her on allowance. Her whole family was like, oh, she thinks she rich, and she was getting $1,000 a month. And guess what? He was over there he was still going to the bar girls. He was still going to Angela City to fuck with them. Well, I won't even say it, but
the tricking fee. He paid her to let him go off and go trick. She got a boyfriend too. Y'all just don't know.
He was still going to Angela City, and he had a little trap house where he would go, and he had a pool, and he had bring in the girls from the bars, and he would still fold them up. Once the wife saw that, her loyalty was on lease. The lease was over. No more loyalty. It doesn't matter that he has the money. So even if you have the money, today's women are not going to stay loyal if you're not loyal.
Oh, we could have told you that. We definitely could have told you that. But why are you still advocating for guys to trick? That's what I'm trying to figure out.
Now, she might for a bit, but at some particular point, the lease is going to end. The lease was going to end. And guess what happened? She started messing with a dude that was lesser, was basically a security guard. The man made as much money as the woman was getting in allowance. And the guy ended up shooting the rich guy, okay? The golden goose. They ended up killing the golden goose because he was not worth anything anymore. So her loyalty was for lease. But in the modern woman, they don't see them as sexually, the things we say. Women should be loyal. And women back in the day were loyal. Well, because they had to be. Not today. They don't have to be. They're just a different version of woman. They're just a different version of woman. So the old days where you could just take the money and dominate over them is gone, because a lot of other dudes will take that same money and attract your woman, or he'll take that same attention or energy and attract the woman, where you just giving her money and then not being loyal to her. She'll be like, okay, two can play that game. Now, you might not think that that's a good thing, but I'm just telling you, that's how they think. Like, this is a new day. Yes, it is. All right, let me show you one more thing here in terms of this right here. A woman's loyalty is for lease. Okay, let me show you this right here. Let me see if this is the one here. Okay. By the way, just look at your own dating pattern and see how many people you've actually dated on and off, and then that'll be the end of that. Most of you guys have had multiple men and women in your life, so I don't know why you're disagreeing with me. This woman says, the first good man you meet after a toxic relationship is not your man. It says he's just the first man who shows you what healthy looks like. Okay, so we got a Pookie, we got an alpha widow, we got Pookie's girlfriend, who we all know Pookie is almost always the first man that they date, especially black women and Latinas.
Not always necessarily true, but there is Pookies somewhere in there. But that y'all don't fill your head up with this nonsense. Pookie's not always the man that they almost date every time. That's not necessarily true.
And some dark Filipinas, right? Thailand, Vietnam, Cambodian, Philippines. They're often always going to meet a Pookie. Maybe their first boyfriend might be a square, but after that, once they start having sex and promiscuity and they go nightclubs and bars and high school and college parties, Pookie going to rearrange their guts either first, second, or third. Okay, and so then they become alpha widowed. All right, alpha widowed after that. And then they have a different dating strategy after that. So let me play this clip here, and it says, here we go.
Really the bare minimum. If you're going to be like, oh my God, the love of my life.
Sorry, I have to refresh the screen here. All right, here we go.
the bare minimum, and you're going to be like, oh my God, the love of my life. This is not the love of your life. After a cycle of dating toxic men, or maybe you were the toxic one.
Oh my God, these young pimple-faced feminists are the worst, man. Oh boy.
You are going to date a really nice guy. He is going to be so good to you. That is not your man. This is the first guy that has given you the bare minimum treatment. This is the first guy who has showed you what the foundation of dating someone should look like. Kindness, thinking of the other person, opening doors for you, literally the bare minimum. And you're going to be like, oh my God, the love of my life. This is not the love of your life. This is just a dude. I understand because that happened to me. It's happened to a lot of my friends. It's that first healthy relationship that you get into after a cycle of toxic ones. This is your opportunity to take a step back. And instead of attaching yourself to this human being because they're giving you the bare minimum, you need to understand what it is that you actually want in a relationship and a partner. You need to understand if you are the person that you want to be with yet. You have this idea that this person is the one for you because they're kind and nice. But that is
See how I keep telling y'all don't pick up on it. See how they be asking, like they'll say something, but they're asking it like a question. You know, like he's the one for you. They're not even sure of what they're saying. Like you can just tell by the conviction. And mostly when women like give advice, is usually exactly a guy that she's dated or something like by proxy. Like, cause you can tell by just the detail that they go into. So like a lot of times, if you ask them like, what don't you want in a relationship, they're gonna describe something that they've actually been through. Like like it's gonna be like real detailed. It's like, okay, she's literally telling you in but so many words, that's what she dealt with, or recently, that's exactly what she dealt with. And usually they're just gonna be describing a particular guy. Like she don't want Brandon, but she gonna say, I don't want a guy that does this, and there's a name to it. All right.
bare minimum. You should have more outside of just the kindness that they show you in the relationship to build a long-term relationship. That's not your man.
Okay, so you hear this. Remember, we're just using her own words. We're not going to be dismissive. We're going to break down what she's saying to give you an idea of how women think, because it's important to know women and understand them than it is to try to change them. Okay? Trying to change them is not going to work. Or I'm going to just let you know. Now, you can find a needle in a haystack, but trying to change them is not going to work. They're going to change when they want to change. And when they change, it's going to be circumstantial, based on her circumstances. Like, number one, she'll be in toxic relationships and trauma. Then what she'll do is say, oh, this guy's nice, but he's giving me the bare minimum. He's below my standard just a bit. He's not rich. He ain't tall. He ain't athletic, muscular. He has a recessed chin. He's nice. What they'll do is they'll take their whore past and attach to you and make you do way more for her than any of these other niggies before. All of the other guys don't have to commit. They don't have to spend time. They don't have to make her laugh. They don't have to babysit her. They don't have to save her ass from the streets. They don't have to
Okay. All right, my bad, y'all. We should be back. This is some goofy shit I'm going through. All right, y'all, please hit the like button, support the show. It's like raining out here, so it's a lot going on. Y'all hit the like button, please support the show. Hit the Cash App, y'all. Hit the PayPal. All right. What I was saying was, if you're teaching guys to trick and stuff, why do they need to know all of this? You shouldn't be worried about what the next guy is doing and what she's letting the next guy do, or what the next guy has to do. That's not even a good barometer to, you know what I'm saying, gauge anything, honestly. Especially if you're going to be breaking bread. But let's go. Let's get back into it.
The middle of the night, and they get to continue to do that. And then you show up, and then she says what you're doing is the bare minimum. Okay. But then she says even worse, which proves my point on number one, and even further from the things that I've tried to teach you, is that the first guy, the one she's saying caused her to be toxic, she's going to go back to them. She's going back to them. Listen to what she said. The nice guy is not your guy. He's a rebound. He's actually doing the bare minimum. You just don't see it. He's doing what the other guys did not. But they're not your guy. The nice guy is not your guy. Yeah, you might marry him. You might get into a relationship with him. But the motherfucking streets are going to become calling. She said the streets are going to be calling. So,
and that's you.
You were nice. You got married. You found out her loyalty is for lease. Every day you got to work for her loyalty and love. Every day you got to make her happy. The minute she realizes that this ain't it, she's going back to Toxic Guy. Not only that, she ain't never left Toxic Guy. Let's just be honest. Toxic.
Well. Oh, Lord. Shout outs to Chris G. Thank you, bro, for starting off the support for the show. Shout outs to Chris G dropping the huge $2 on the Cash App. Thank you, bro. Thank you so much for hitting the like button and supporting the show. I'm going to throw this on for you. I got you, bro.
All right, we going. What a money reside, what a money reside, what a money reside, what a money reside. Okay, let me tell y'all something. I'm doing something real big this month. Any deal that y'all got and they beating us, I'm gonna beat about $400. Just give me your VIN and the paper because I'm asked what the what? What a money reside, what a money reside, what a money reside, what a money reside. Okay, I told y'all before, y'all know that I give all these good deals and everything else. Y'all better ask about me because I do on that all the time. And that's on who? Mary had a little lamb. Okay, okay, okay.
Shout outs to Chris G. I appreciate you, bro. Thanks, man. Nah, you help more than you know. It's not how much, man. It's the gesture. You know what I'm saying? The gesture means more. You understand? Shout outs to everybody that supports Player Talk Radio and support a black owned business and support a young black man giving y'all some real good game and entertainment and knowledge you can't get in college. I appreciate that. Make sure you guys keep the support going and make that money chop. I appreciate it, man. 3 hours and 55 minutes into the madness. Make sure you guys please hit the like button, hit the Cash App, and support the show. HBO, help a brother out. We've been streaming all weekend, and we are behind on our goals. Definitely behind 2, 3 shows. No, about 2 shows. We're behind 2 shows on our goal. We do have a goal of at least $50. So $48. Nothing too much. Definitely please support the show. All right. And we're already 3 hours and 55 minutes in, you know. Um, like I said, I like Coach Greg Adams, when he's not stealing stuff. You know, um, I don't do subpar mediocre shows neither. You know what I'm saying? I really give y'all the game and put effort into these shows. It's just sad. That a lot of these shows get bit off of and get repurposed to an audience and misconstrued. I don't like that content creators take and steal from other content creators, but hey, it is what it is. It's a part of the game, I guess. Can't really say or do too much. It's just sad. People will sit here and know somebody took something or whatever, and it's like, dang, that person's show gets support. We're the better, and the funny part is that the better shows and the better content are on the smaller content creators' channels. They haven't been compromised, but I guess, I guess that's why this space and this problem and this predicament right now, niggas didn't listen. Y'all, please hit the like button and support the show. If Kevin Samuels was to go live right now, it's like, dang. Rest in peace, but damn. Yeah, at least support the guy that gave Kevin Samuels his damn equipment advice. At least, goddamn, you know. But shout outs to everybody that supports Player Talk Radio, and shout outs to everybody that definitely enjoys the show. I appreciate you guys. You guys definitely keep the show going and make the world go round. You know, it's just damn. It's a wild game. This YouTube thing, man, I tell you. We're gonna get back into the game. I got some politics and stuff coming up. I'm just debating if I should get into it, because I can't keep doing free content. I really can't. As much as I would like to get freeloaded off, I can't keep doing free content, man. All right. I want to talk about 4 extras. Bro done lost his damn hand. And I wanted to actually give black men or the brother or anybody that's in a crazy position some good game. I'm gonna just save it for a little bit later, or at least when we get a little bit more support, on ways that you guys can start, your podcasting journey. Because honestly, that's what he should have been doing. He got a deal to do podcasts on Adam 22, not be a damn boxer. You know, and I saw something earlier, and I was like, dang, that's messed up. Aaron the plumber was laughing at him. And I'm like, dang. A lot of these people be hiding behind that religion shit as a game. You know, hold on, y'all. My goddamn light almost fell. A lot of people be hiding behind that religion shit as a game. And people got mad at Brittany Renner. Oh, she hiding behind Islam. Well, you got a lot of people hiding behind Christianity and all kinds of other shit. But yeah, they said so. I forgot to tell y'all earlier when we were talking about 4Extras. They said that as soon as he lit the firework, it blew up, and that somebody else they lost a whole side of their face. They said his eyesight went out as soon as that bomb, not the bomb, but the firework blew up. First of all, why are you lighting a firework in your hand? I don't give a damn how much wick or whatever you think. I think he real life try to light that damn firework and throw it. Not necessarily at somebody, but just like throw it. Like just light it and throw it. Like it's a grenade and shit. And it may have never fully left his hand before it blew up. But we're going to get back into that. We're going to talk about that a little bit later. But we're going to get into a little bit of politics, see what's going on with Trump, and see how he's carrying this big, beautiful bill. I might change the poll in the chat. I got to check the poll, but let's get it.
Toxic guy, she's never left. What'll happen is she'll take a break from toxic guy. Shout out to Black Room 313. Okay. What she'll do is she'll take a break. It could be a week break, 2-week break, a month break. It could be a year motherfucking break. It could be 3 years break, however long it takes for her to get her goal. But it's normally a short break. What'll happen is toxic guy will continue to run them guts. She'll be in a relationship with you. You think she's made a commitment. You think she's following you. Toxic guy still hitting them guts. He might pay, he might not pay. Toxic guy is still running all the way up her insides to her esophagus.
But who cares though? Who cares? Because guess what? If she does that, some of y'all dudes ain't even disgusted by that to leave. And then number two, who cares? Because when you, quote unquote, are, and I'm using air quotes, hitting them guts, you damn near become the new toxic guy. You feel like the man when you hitting them guts. What you supposed to? I'm just supposed to nicely tap those cheeks and just be the nice guy all the time. No, your ass feel like the toxic guy too. Especially if you up there psychoanalyzing and studying her. Oh, she let toxic guys hit. So if I hit, wouldn't you feel like the toxic guy also? Or at least in the toxic guy's spot? That's been the problem with these spaces. A lot of these guys are too proud to chase after the toxic guy's lady. Even the good guy. Let's go.
It could be like she could be on a week. She could be loyal for a week, 2 weeks, a month, a year. But don't think that loyalty is going to be permanent. The minute you stop working for it, and I didn't say it, she said it. The minute you realize that her loyalty is for Lisa, you stop doing what have you done for me lately, or you stop trying to guide her, you stop giving her this, you start saying no instead of saying yes. She said it. Go back to the toxic guy. The nice guy is not it. That's not your guy. Now, she can do this for 5 years, 15 years, 20 years. There's no set time limit of how long she's going to do this. For instance, you could have a girlfriend, and she's still out there flirting at the bar. You could have a wife, and she still goes to girls' nights out. Why? She still likes that toxic love. Look at Love Island. Look at sex over love, sex over life. They're still going to be somewhat attracted to that, and you literally have to keep her from going to it. It's not like she doesn't want to go. She might not go out of respect. She said,
Man, you don't literally got to keep nobody from nothing. If somebody going to do something, they going to do something. You better off, instead of spooking yourself and psyching yourself out with what some woman is going to do, you are better off building a demeanor, or at least having her somewhat fear you, to not do any of that shit. You're better off getting respect so that she don't do that shit, or she at least leaves you before she does that shit. That's what you're better off doing. Because you're going to live in a constant state of fear and lose her anyway. Who wants to look over their shoulder with their lady? That's goofy. But let's keep it going. Y'all please hit the like button, support the show.
saying, I want to go. I want to go to them streets, but out of respect to my husband, based on the loyalty that I'm leasing him, I'm not going to go. Or she might say, yeah, based on the loyalty that I'm leasing to him, I'm still going to go. I'm still going to go. It's what it is. It's what it is. So she said, the nice guy ain't your guy. He's just the first guy to show you nice treatment. Have you ever been this guy? Where she says, no guy has ever done anything nice to me. No guy has ever taken me out on a date like this. No guy has ever done X, Y, and Z. No guy has ever sent me flowers for Valentine's Day. You think she's going to be loyal to you for this? She will fuck Pookie the next day you sent her flowers. She might fuck Pookie the day. And we're saying Pookie, but it could be what she called the toxic guy. She will fuck toxic guy the same day you sent her flowers. The same night you took her out on the best date she possibly could be on. She'll fuck Pookie. She'll fuck that guy. Toxic guy. See here. Am I making sense here? You cannot in this marketplace assume that there's going to be someone different than this. Now, there could be a woman that doesn't do it immediately. She could do it later on, but it's coming. And she might even continue to talk to this guy as a friend. He can always get access to her. A woman's loyalty is for lease. So let me go ahead and continue here with the super chats here. But I do want to acknowledge the fact that I do give you very good content related to this in the monetized dating marketplace, because men are always amongst men trying to find dating strategies, which I think is it's not always the case. Men they don't listen. All right, they're always trying to tell these whores to do this and tell her and make her do that. All right, that's not going to be what you're going to make work for you. But if you want to join the community, Coach Greg Adams community right here, it is on Locals, and I have one of the best locals going right now. You can join me over here at CoachGregAdams.locals.com, and I'll put the link right here. This is you can make a free account, guys, over here, and you can join the conversation. You also can help my live streams. All right. You can also help my live streams by providing content over there that you find that could be interesting. Some people post a lot of interesting stuff. Some people don't. Some people post some shit that I can't use, but it is what it is. All right, but join the community over there. And if you want to see the live streams, they're pay-per-view over there, or there's a monthly fee. The fee is going to go up here in the next couple of weeks, similar to Patreon. And what'll happen is we tell you guys the monetized dating marketplace is here. You can't deny it anymore. Not even the dating coaches. They already realize what time it is. We're living in the new dating marketplace. We're living in the new dating community and relationship community. There's really no more dominant, submissive. The woman is, 100%. The man's 100% paying the bills and she pays none. They may say they want this type of relationship, but those relationships are few and far between. Most relationships have some sort of balance or partnership. Most women that are looking to get that's you guy is looking for a partner. That doesn't mean she's going to come in clean and a virgin anymore. Those days are gone. But the monetized dating marketplace is here, and it's going to be here for a long time, although Diddy almost put a monkey wrench in the motherfucker. All right? Himself. But that's where we are. So join us over there. Let me get to some contributions, man, and thank you for the support. I'm working on a Saturday, so I appreciate y'all for putting in the effort to be here. All right. And I know a lot of guys don't want to see it monetized, and you want to be like, well, you don't got to do this. I'm like, man, hey, listen, I ain't arguing. Remember, I'm not here to argue. We're not arguing on this one. It's here. And men will easily choose it because we have the internet, right? Men will easily choose these avenues because we have the internet. We can do this somewhat anonymously. Whereas before, we had to go in the field and you would have to catch a guy red-handed doing it. That doesn't exist. So the public shaming and the tar and feathering is not going to work. Shout out to our brother. It is our brother here. It is MJ. He says, I've been focusing on bossing up, but the people around me are crabs in a bucket. He says that only want to take credit or fake like they are bossing up. He says, I'm becoming very jaded. Shout out to you right there. It is the case. All right. So you will realize that okay. All right. Somebody says, stop blaming Diddy, the man that been here for years. All right. Did I blame Diddy? I said, based on what we saw represented in the monetized dating marketplace. Okay. All right. It shined more light on the case. Okay. It shined more light on the case. All right. We seen women that will put themselves on Instagram and took allowances. Yeah. That's a much different than the Mann Act. Way much more different because it shined a light on modern overt monetized dating marketplace. But I get it. Some of you niggas want to take one thing and run with it and act like I'm wrong.
What's going on, Nicer? Even Nicer came through and said, why do you have this goofy ass man on your channel? I'm trying to figure out what the hell he's talking about. And I'm slightly irritated. I'm not having a good day at all. Shout outs to everybody here. If you guys could please hit the like button and support the show. I am working also. This is ridiculous. Shout outs to Nicer. Please hit the Cash App. Please hit the PayPal. Shout outs to Chris G dropping the huge $2 on the Cash App earlier. Let's keep the support going. Oh, Lord. He be taking a lot of our talking points. I can't tell y'all. That's why I just stay here, because I can't tell y'all how much times I go somewhere and I hear myself being quoted. And I'm like, that's not how that goes. It's this. You know? They be repeating us so much. I'm going to do another show about that, because a lot of people will be like, oh, it's open and poly and stuff like that. No, it's not open. It's not poly. It's not none of that shit. It's called a free use relationship. Free use relationships are whenever you're available. Oh my God, Nicer coming in here roasting this man. I was going to say Africa Bambata. That's like he got a tether shirt. She said, tell him TD Jakes wants his shirt back. Oh God, Nicer is trouble, man. Oh my goodness. I forgot where he said he got his shirt from, y'all. Y'all said it earlier. Where he said
You know what I mean?
got...
And some of these ignoramuses, people don't listen. They want to take one thing that I said that is not even the main point and then run with it. You know what I mean? And some of these people are
TD Jakes is a dragon.
Pure ignoramuses. For some reason, that's what they do. All right. They hear one little, I'm saying 30 to 40,000 words, and they take one sentence.
Yeah, we gotta call Nicer badder.
And they run with it. You know what I mean? Like, I don't know. I don't watch streams like that. And nor, I just basically can listen and comprehend and be like, well, yeah. All right. But some people just gotta be right. All right. Some people,
Rio.
Straw man, complete straw man. Take this and then say, you're wrong. All right. For some reason, they feel empowered to do this. All right. And it's completely distracting. It's almost trolling. I consider it almost trolling at this point. Yeah, they never take the full context of what I said. They just take that sentence and run. Stop blaming Diddy. Like that was the whole point of the show. Like, I started the show. Diddy fucked it up for everybody. That wasn't what I said. All right, I never said that. But for some reason, they want to feel smart and brilliant, and they take.
Well, I mean, you can't get mad at your audience by saying that, because Diddy went down as a trick. Even people in the case was saying Diddy's a glorified John. So he went down as a glorified John. Don't tell me y'all are forgetting where you're leading men to now. These young boys are Johns, so they see that. Imagine being a young John, and that's not your name, by the way. Imagine being a young John, and you're looking at that Diddy case. That don't scare you? The young boys flying these girls out too now.
Completely out of context and throw it up there and see if it sticks. Like, people are idiots, man. And then they run to the internet. See, Coach, be wrong. I was believing you 100% until you said Diddy fucked up the marketplace. The Mann Act existed. I told you niggas about the Mann Act.
Diddy did fuck up the marketplace for the tricks. 100%.
In 2019, I wrote about it in my book. Well, people are idiots. I tell you, man. And fuck you. You know what I'm telling? I mean, like, fuck you. You know, I don't need you. All right. I don't need niggas like you here on my show. All right. So I'll give you the whole fuck you every single time. All right. I'm the days of impressing trolls. It ain't no place for that right here. So I'll tell you niggas. Yeah, pussy niggas.
And rest in peace.
Shout out to our brother here, Initial DL. And you know what? You know, for the Mitches here in this space, there's a lot of Mitch ass ninjas. And I just got to say, fuck all y'all. You guys haven't progressed. You guys are on here complaining about what women are doing and what they're doing. And you ain't.
Bro, Coach is literally on here complaining about what women are doing.
Ass move your whole goddamn time in this manosphere for 12 goddamn years. You talking about bonobos. Niggas been debating the bonobos. Evolutionary psychology, evolutionary sociology. Niggas ain't progressed to 2025. They bringing out the Bible, Sharia law. Like, you guys are fucking idiots in this space, bruh.
Dang, you're gonna have to remill and game.
It's over for you guys. It's over. Yeah, they bring up penguins are monogamous. It's over for you men. It's over. You're done. You are literally the weakest link. The Bible, Sharia law, penguins are monogamous, bonobos, evolutionary psychology. It's over for you men. Ring the fucking bell. Where's the goddamn horn here? All right, I don't even know where my air horn. It's over for you men. And I ain't gonna cater to you guys at all. Fuck y'all niggas, man. Y'all bringing up the 1950s, the 1990s. It's over for you. It's cooked. You guys are priced out. It's a wrap for you guys. All right, it's over. If y'all still saying that in 2025, it's a wrap. It's a wrap. Y'all need to leave my stream today. Ain't nothing saving y'all. You cooked. Y'all still dating. What did they call it? Where they get on there and they be like, looks, status, or money.
But God damn it, Coach Greg Adams preached look, status, and money, and tricking. I'm confused right now. Like, what? Why even get into the whole dating thing? Like, why even get into it if why even get into looks, money, and status if you're gonna just result back to tricking?
Bye-bye. Nah, 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 nah. Nah, 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 nah. Hey, hey, hey. Goodbye. La, nah, nah, nah. Nah, 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 nah. Hey, hey, hey. Goodbye. Nah, 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 nah. Nah, 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 nah. Hey, hey. Goodbye. It's over. It's 2025, bro. We can't still be talking about this shit. I mean, we could bring it up here and there. Which matters most to women? Money, status, or looks? Oh, my goodness.
Here's William.
Shout out to our brother Initial DL, says, Coach, out here on a Saturday with his Dr. Umar button up. The thick time, he says, I'm listening to your sage advice while editing DJ videos. He says, continue to do what you do. These niggas need the advice. It's free agent lifestyle for life. Adapt or die. Adapt or die. For life. All right. It says, Coach, Jeremy E. has spoken. He says, Coach, bailing me out, grinding on my 12-hour weekend shift. Glad to see Coach blessing the airwaves. I'm almost at 12K this year in overtime and trying to get to that 25K max deduction. Boss Up 2025, Money Mindset. Let's go. We got all kind of gangs around here. We got the Money Mindset. We got Boss Up program going on here and all of that in a bag of Chips Ahoy. Rosie Poppy says, learn this in the 90s. Women are loyal. Pussy is not. No romance without finance. As a man in his mid-30s, this all makes sense now. Shout out to you. There's no loyalty out here, man.
Nice.
Women used to be loyal, bruh. When women weren't loyal, they were limited. Let's just call it what it was.
No, they were loyal. The internet did expose a lot, but they were actually loyal. Only thing the internet really did, y'all, was make people believe in the myth and the lie that everybody's easily replaceable. You know, some people are easily replaceable, but everybody is not easily replaceable. Okay? Some people are easily replaceable, But everybody is not easily replaceable. All right.
Women weren't loyal. They were just limited. They had limitations that they don't have today, which their limitations made them more loyal. Their limitations made them more loyal. Even the women around them would say, girl, don't come out here and mess up. Why? Because you're going to be on welfare, or, there ain't nobody out here going to save you. So women had limitations. Their loyalty was based on limitations. Now that they have less limitations, they have a little bit more options to do shit. Their loyalty has gone out the fucking window. All right. It's not there. It's not there. So let's get it straight about what's happening so we can understand and move on with life and do what we talked about on the free agent lifestyle. Okay, let me see if I can do this here. I'm typing something here. Just had limitations. Okay, but anyway, they used to be loyal. And a matter of fact, if you look back far enough, they weren't loyal at all, even back then. All right, so, the whole idea. Shout out to Natural Selection. He says, ? That young woman is partially right. Successful men have the options to choose any woman, but for how long can she stay with that successful man? Since she'll age, she can get replaced easily. Successful man have all the options. Women can't compete. They can compete for him. He says, what do you think? Okay, there's some things there. But he said, yeah, a successful man can replace a woman based on age or weight. However, what I'm noticing is successful men have to pay a penalty for replacing women. Whereas before, the penalty didn't exist. Let's say, for instance, he was successful. He picked a woman. And that woman, he married that woman. He can replace her, but there's a restock fee. Or he can replace her, but she'll sue him if he gets married to her. If he doesn't, fine. There's no penalty other than her possibly damaging his property. But because there's now different divorce laws and cohabitation laws, even if he replaces her, there's a penalty. Cassie, prime example. Cassie is the prime example. Shout out to a real free agent and Rose Poppy. Diddy and Cassie is prime example. He replaced her. It cost him $30 million. So it cost him $30 million or $20 million. He didn't even marry her. So yes, the idea is true. The idea, a man of successful stature could replace a woman. However, because there's laws, because there's vindictiveness, because there's child support, because there's marital laws, if you engage in that, it's not as easy to replace them. So you'll have to still consider, or you'll have to go ahead and pay the restock fee. Now, if you don't commit to them and don't move them in, you have a lot more leverage. Even in that case, there was a guy who attempted to do that and she still sued him. Okay. Anybody remember that story? I think it was in Toronto, or it was in Canada. It was a man who he had a girlfriend. Now, she wasn't young, but he had a girlfriend. He got divorced. He got a girlfriend. He didn't let her move in. He didn't let her stay too many overnights. When they did have overnights, they stayed at like a vacation home, and all of that shit. Okay. And then guess what happened? All right. When he broke up and replaced her, she sued his ass because they stayed together for like 7 years or 12 years. He kept her around. She got old. He replaced her and she sued his ass and won. Okay. So he tried to do everything to prevent it. He never married her. He never moved her in, and sued his ass and won. Okay. And it went back and forth. He won. She won, then he won, and then she won, through appeals and all of that stuff. So again, the idea is still there. A man can replace a woman, but if you invest time in the woman, let's say if you're with the woman for 6 months, easily replaceable. But 3 years, not.
No, you got to be careful if you're like in Pennsylvania and in certain states and stuff like that, where it's like, what's it called? Common law or something like that. What's it called? I totally forgot. But you got to be careful. Because basically they're going to say you're married. What's going on, Aqua Dragon? Good to see you, player. Shout outs to Aqua Dragon 88 in the building. Y'all, please hit the like button on the way in. 4 hours and 30 minutes into the madness. Please support the show. Hit the Cash App. Hit the PayPal. Please support the show at $PTV 888. That's $PTV 888. That's $PTV 888. Yeah. Common law marriage. But how they do it is if she has mail coming to your house. Like if she damn near has 2-3 Amazon packages coming to your house and her name's on it. Oh my God. You know? So if you got a mansion, Thank you, Gail. Thank you so much. If you have a mansion, hey man, you got women that move their kids in and kick the man out his own damn house. That
So
shit
easy.
happens.
Not so easy. Okay, it's going to be a little bit more difficult because now she has time invested. Let me see here. Yeah, it was in Canada. Thank you, man. And they didn't have kids either. No kids. Still, no house, and still he lost. Now, it doesn't mean that's going to happen, but what I'm saying is, and this is the story here, just so for and shout out to our brother Frank Moolah. People don't realize I've been doing these stories for many years, so I can remember them. But it says right here, unmarried Ontario couple with no children, no house together, but man still pays support. That's the couple. So he tried to get rid of her. Oh, by the way, I think she said he worked for his business. He made her quit her job and so forth and so on. Okay. But this was a common law spouse. Doesn't necessarily mean you have to live in the same house. Sheesh. Sheesh. Wealthy businessman has to pay more than $50,000 a month in spousal support for 10 years to a woman who he had a long-term relationship romantically with, even though they kept separate houses, had no children together. Okay, so listen, that's an extreme case. That's an extreme case. That's not likely to happen to you. But yes, the idea, I have more status, I'm more successful, I have more money, I have a young person or a poorer woman, I get rid of her. Is there no penalty? All right. Technically, there is. There's going to be something. She's not going to simply walk away with nothing, especially if she invested long term. You waited for her to get 10, 15 years older, and you're going to kick her to the curb? All right. I don't think so. You're going to pay something. It's not going to be free. Sometimes you might not even be able to dictate what you're going to pay. And then when you've commingled funds, it gets even worse for you. It gets even worse. So let's just be realistic. I want people to be realistic. The good old days of where you can get with a woman and she got old and you can put her ass in the mental hospital and marry your secretary, it's old. It's
Bro, young cats ain't even thinking like that these days. Marry a secretary. Secretary.
That's done. That ended with that one woman, Betty Broderick. That ended in the 80s. Betty Broderick. Okay, so that's a good thing. Yeah, we could do that as long as we don't marry and keep them around long. But Betty Broderick, this bitch went ham.
Have you seen?
Anybody know the story?
Have you seen the job market? Like who has a secretary? Who has a secretary nowadays? Like niggas secretary nowadays is Chat GPT. Like who has a secretary? But I'll give it to you, niggas are scamming on Chat GPT. You put Chat GPT in one of these damn robots, they're gonna be good to go too. Secretary.
This is what? When this happened? This is like the early, it was the 1990s. 1989. 1989. Let me see what happened here. So what happened was he married her right here when they were young. He married her here. Then what happened was, let me see if we can get some pictures. Then what happened was he became a successful lawyer and he replaced her with the young secretary. You know, cliche. And he got rid of the old fat Karen wife who didn't want him to buy a sports car. Guess what? She shot them both dead in the bed. All right. She got kicked out of the house. Since he was a lawyer, he got more custody than her. She had to live outside in an apartment. He kept the house and she went in there and skitty popped the young girl and hit the young girl, secretary, and the husband. Killed him. Why? Because she like, I ain't leaving with nothing, nigga. I ain't leaving with nothing. That was 1991. So yeah, that's some old 90s shit. And she drove a car into their house and she was not going. She showed up and shot him in their marital bed. All right. So yeah, it used to work like that. It used to work like that. You used to be able to trade your wife in. Not no more. Okay. Oh, you got old. I'm going to trade you in. And he went for the young flatback secretary, 23 years old, and married her up. Okay. She said, I'm leaving here with something. Yep. She was like, nah, I ain't going for that. Y'all dead. All right. So let me see if I can find a picture of them getting shot the fuck up. All right. They did have the shit right there. And look at her.
Yo, Chris, you
let me show
chill,
you this right
bro.
here. Let me see here.
Chris G said, I asked Siri if I could make love to her, and she said no quicker than a mother.
Look at her. She don't give a fuck. Yep. Trump traded his wives in and had to pay him $1 million out the door. So yeah, we can do that in theory, but technically that doesn't exist like that today unless you keep them around short term. You would have to keep her around short term. I mean, I have a woman, Juco, that I was with, we were cool doing things for 2 years one way. We got a lot more closer. And then guess what? She went cuckoo, right? She literally went cuckoo. And she a Juco. She literally a whole 304, right? She a whole 304 and she couldn't handle it. Why? Time, because the time was there. And so she was like, I ain't leaving with nothing. So shout out to David Torrance says, since you taking a break. Okay. Shout out to you. Shout out to Cesar Ramirez. Appreciate you. DK says, coach handing out the truth pill. Yes, indeed. And Cape says, overtime love to the coach gang. We doing overtime right now. Yep. Yeah, somebody said the 6-week rule or guideline. Once you go past 6 weeks, that's your girl. You going raw, hitting that bottom, orgasming, she swallowing your suck seed. You've changed the game. The woman could be a whole 304. She could be a skeezer. She could be an OnlyFans girl. And once you've literally crossed that line, all bets are off. Shannon Sharp proved that. The Shannon Sharp case, and we often use celebrity cases to prove this, but I have experience with this. He had a whole OnlyFans girl. He was running raw, slapping her, spanking her, dominating her, choking on her. He tried to disconnect. He tried to have a little side piece. She was an OnlyFans girl, a 304, a mahi, a pay-for-play girl, and guess what happened? Boom. She sued him. $50 million. $50 million. She went cuckoo. Why? Because he was hitting it raw and putting his banana up the tailpipe. She was like, I can't get over that. Even though she was a 304. Like the fact that a woman's a 304 does not make it so that in that world you could just get rid of them and kick them to the curb. You can't do it. I mean, you can get away with it, but keep trying to do it. No Government Name says there are MFers that are being priced out, but
All right, we should be back. Hold on. I had to reset everything. We should be back. Y'all, please hit the like button, support the show. All right. Should be back. All right.
he was like, I can't get over that. Even though she was a 304. Like the fact that a woman's a 304 does not make it so that in that world you could just get rid of them and kick them to the curb.
All right.
You can't do it. I mean, you can get away with it, but keep trying to do it. No Government Name says there are MFers that are being priced out, but it's a matter of voting with your resources. We must make sure that we are getting a great ROI in what we put in, but the normies are still going to consume. And they're still also going to do what? They're still going to get married. They're still going to have the hope strategy. Young men are still going to get in relationship without leverage and so forth and so on. The Jimmy ZTT, shout out to the Saturday gang and shout out to YouTube for actually sending me a notification. Some of you guys forgot about this channel. Shout out to the Jimmy ZTT. We got our brother Paris Francais. He says, showing support, free agent lifestyle for life. Appreciate you for being here. And one of the things I'm aiming to do in this space is not going with the same status quo talking points. I'm taking the talking points, but I'm extending it to modern times. Oh, we could just replace her. She's going to hit the wall and she cooked. All right, she's going to get 12 cat bags. All right, yeah, that sounds nice. You were able to get away with that as a content creator in YouTube until about 2023. You were able to get away with that. I'm telling you right now, you can't get away with that. The marketplace has changed in those 2 years. Shit has changed significantly in those 2 years. Now, if you think you could just run with that shit and then keep the incels happy or keep the recessed chins happy and just, think that they got a chance, that shit don't exist no more. That's almost non-existent. And all of that threatening them. You're going to die alone. You're going to be living with cats. That shit is gone. I'm telling you, it's cooked. It ain't going to scare women. It ain't going to scare women to cooperation. It ain't going to move them. It's not going to shame them. It's doing nothing. What I'm telling you is the women are not listening to that and going, damn, maybe they right. They're not doing it. Not in 2025. And we have to agree that that's the case. So you have to think a little bit more aggressive. You have to think more a little bit aggressive because you think the women are just going to fall out and be miserable at the end of the day. All right. But that ain't moving them. And you got to think past that. That's why I think this space is struggling because men aren't moving past those talking points. Oh, we'll just when she gets old, we can replace them. Not really. Not in a long-term relationship, you can't. In a short-term relationship, you can easily do it. And why do it? Shout out to Pro Legrand says, I'm on my way right now to my sister's surprise engagement. This niggy sister proposing tonight. Wow. He says, I take great. Something that not one bitch on this planet can claim my access to my seed, which historically is sad, but freedom is the only way to go today. Shout out to your sister for getting surprised engaged right now. Okay. Yes, indeed. Somebody's taking the long way out. Okay. Yeah, man. I'm just trying to be more pragmatic and logical here. I'm not trying to piss on the space. I'm just telling you what we have in front of us now. And our last brother says, our Fireheart says, I'm in Bogota, Colombia right now. I was listening to the video from you and Obsidian on my plane ride here. The sugar babies here are no joke. He says, to hell with the community. Tell women to get Pookie to clean up the mess he created. But yeah, we're missing right now. That's the only thing that's missing in the relationship, where the women are going to still get access to what we call Pookie. However, Pookie is not cleaning up the mess. And so now you have a problem. So now what happens is how do the women deal with this? How do the women deal with this? Just the Pookie ain't cleaning up the mess. And not only that, think about this. The passport bros is something that had become popular in the year 2022. As popular as it has ever been. That is allowed more men, specifically black men, to travel and increase their options. How's that affected the dating marketplace? Less stepdads, less cleanup guys. The women have a realization of what's happening here, less options. What have they done? They've dug their heels into the ground. They tried to dismiss those particular guys. It ain't gonna work out for you and y'all running from this. They tried to dismiss them, only to then come out here and still say that there's no available guys out here. Okay, let me do this and give you this second talking point, and it's going to be this. Remember, the first one is the women's loyalty is for lease. The second one is understanding that women are almost always going to be indirect about how they deal with you. Most men hope women are going to be truthful and honest. The answer is no. They're not going to be truthful and honest. They're not going to be sincere. They're not going to tell you how they're manipulating you. They're not going to tell you you're the side niggy. They're not going to tell you that they're dating 3 guys and they're going to whittle it down to one who's going to commit. They're not going to tell you they still have access to Tyrone or Pookie or Chad. They're not going to tell you this. They're going to be indirect. When they even approach you, if they have interest, it's going to be indirect. What most guys hope is that in this equality, women are going to take accountability, or they're going to be more mature, and they're going to advance in terms of how we've advanced around dating and relationships. But they still want to bring it back to the past when it is the traditional model that favors them. Men need to be traditional. They're progressive. So when they approach you, when they have a conversation with you, they may be indirect, in what they want. They may start a conversation and they may indirectly express their interest, but it's not going to be directly, hey, I want to fuck you. Hey, I want to be in a relationship. Hey, I'm interested in you. I wonder if you're single. They're not going to say any of these things. They're going to beat around the bush. They're going to compliment you. They're going to stroke your ego. They're going to do a whole bunch of things going on there to get you to do what? You have to lead. You have to take the first step. You have to initiate. Well, what guys want to do is have the women do it. Well, if you're average Joe, it ain't going to happen to you. It ain't going to happen to you. Right now, if you're a Pookie, Ray Ray, Chad, Tyrone, even they might not get it that direct. Only a small percentage of men, they're going to say that because women are going to get that attractive guy.
All right.
If he's available, she'll jump in his bone.
All right. God damn. Okay, we get it. Just blame Pookie and Ray Ray, Chad, Tyrone. Just blame them and call it a day. All right. Again, like I said, a lot of guys are basically openly admitting that they want to get with lackluster women if they don't like Pookie and Ray Ray, Chad, Tyrone, and all that other people. It's like there used to be a time in the manosphere where guys used to be so disgusted by those guys that, you know what I'm saying, that they didn't, you know what I'm saying, they didn't even want their women. They were just equally as disgusted with their women, you know. And then around 2.0, when 2.0 came in, that's when you really started seeing that these guys really desired, you know what I'm saying, Chad and Tyrone's woman and Pookie's woman and all this other shit, you know. And that's when the women worship in this space really ramped up. You know what I'm saying? It's all women worship, honestly. And woe is a lot of guys in this space to think real highly of women more than those women think highly of themselves. You know, what do I mean by that? Well, you guys are up here crying about her hypergamy and maybe stuff that she can't even, stuff that she can't even practice herself. You know, hypergamy. She can't even practice it herself. It never crosses y'all be thinking she can get any Pookie and Ray Ray and Tyrone. Man, some of these girls got to go through hell just to get Pookie and Ray Ray and Tyrone. You know, it's you know, it's worth it to her, some of the hell that they go through. But you know, y'all give them a little bit too much credit. She not even thinking like that. That's kind of really how a lot of guys show their hand with women. It's like y'all are tripping over a dude that she's damn near having a hard time to get. Y'all don't even think that Pookie and Ray Ray and Tyrone be putting those women through hurdles to even get them. It's just that easy. She can get a man over 6 foot anytime she wants. Because she ain't putting no work, she just want one. You know, God bless y'all souls, man. Please hit the like button, hit the Cash App, support the show, hit the PayPal. Hit the coffee store. When you use the coffee store app, it also supports the less fortunate. Shout outs to all the new subscribers. If you guys are listening to the show, please hit the like button and support the show. We got over an extra 40, 50 new subscribers, and shout outs to everybody on the last YouTube short. We got about 32K, 395 likes, 150 comments. And my condolences to 4X. Hopefully, he recovers well, and that man got his whole hand blued off. That shit is crazy. Hold on, y'all. All right. I'm trying to figure if I want to get into this segment or if I should end the live stream. I got another upload coming. Oh, all right. Let me do this real quick. Get to a little bit of politics right quick. Let's do this. See what's up with this big, beautiful bill.
Hello, everybody. So we had a good day. It was an amazing little party at the White House for lots of people, but just a great 4th of July. We have some busy things to do tomorrow. We have a pretty busy period of time. The economy is doing great. The country is doing amazing. It's on the right track. In fact, right track, wrong track came out, I guess, the first time in 28 years that they said we're in the right track. I don't know why it was so long, but we're doing very well. Anybody have any questions? Oh, that's terrible. The floods? It's shocking. They don't know the answer yet as to how many people, but it looks like some young people have died. Any federal aid for the... Oh, yeah. Good. We'll take care of it. We're working with the governor. We're working with the government. It's a terrible thing.
What's your reaction to Hamas and the response to your peace proposal? They said they gave a positive response.
They said they gave me a positive response?
Yes.
Well, that's good. I mean, I've heard that, but they haven't briefed me on it yet. I think they're going to be positive about it. We have to get it over with. Hamas we have to get it over with. We have to do something about Gaza. We've been doing it. We're sending a lot of aid. lot of money and a lot of aid. Otherwise, you have people in big trouble. But yeah, I think it's been very positive, a good response. Yes, please.
Boy, imagine answering questions on a damn plane. Like, let me sit down. Niggas standing up on Air Force One, answering questions and shit. Y'all, please scan the QR code that's on the screen. My bad. Some people are talking. Actually, let's go with this. I did see this. Some people were talking about this. About the we had a lot of quote unquote FBA and Black Americans talking about this whole dual birthright citizenship.
Creeping autocracy doesn't just roll onto Main Street with tanks, though under President Donald Trump, one might argue we're closer to that sort of thing than we'd like to admit. More often, autocracy starts with a list, a government list, then more lists, then bigger lists. And the names on those lists begin to face the full force of the state with blatant disregard for the rule of law and for basic constitutional rights. If you followed our coverage, you know the warning. Autocrats don't go after the average person, at least not at first. They start with people they can more easily target. And before long, the dragnet enlarges. And right now here in America, that government dragnet is enlarging again. This week, the Justice Department quietly posted a memo dated June 11th. In it, Assistant Attorney General Brett Shumate gives U.S. attorneys sweeping discretion to strip nationalized Americans of their citizenship in order to, quote, advance the administration's policy objectives, end quote, as Trump escalates his immigration crackdown. Prosecutors are told to focus on national security threats, but the memo also makes clear they can target, quote, any other cases referred to the civil division that the division determines to be sufficiently important to pursue, end quote. Translation, basically anyone Trump and his allies decide they want to target. As immigration attorney Rosanna Berardi tells ABC News, quote, the memo clearly signals that DOJ is going to pursue more of these cases and not just against terrorists or war criminals, even cases involving undisclosed criminal records or procedural errors during naturalization are on the radar. In the past 28 years of my practice, the government has generally left naturalized U.S. citizens alone. This is a departure from that mentality, end quote. The target is no longer just children born here to undocumented parents. It's naturalized American citizens themselves. According to 2023 data from the Migration Policy Institute, about 25 million immigrants to this country are naturalized U.S. citizens. That's 25 million people. Now, Trump's DOJ is directing prosecutors to scrutinize those millions and to pursue denaturalization, revoking their valid lawful citizenship through civil cases. Now, this matters. Because in civil cases, unlike in criminal cases, defendants don't get a lawyer if they can't afford one, and the government faces a lower burden of proof, meaning these cases move much faster. As law professor Cassandra Burke Robertson explains, quote, so if they're really intending maximal enforcement, I think what they're going to end up doing is focusing on people who have not committed any serious infraction or maybe any infraction at all, but people for whom there is a possibility that there are grounds to revoke citizenship. It fits in with the other ways we've been seeing immigration enforcement happening under this administration, end quote. Meaning if the Trump administration really goes all in, it won't just target serious offenders. It'll start looking for anyone where there's some possibility to take their citizenship away, which flies entirely in the face of due process and the Constitution itself. When this country was founded 249 years ago this week, Americans made clear that they were resisting tyranny. They were building a system where your rights aren't left to the whims of those in power. Let's go back to that 25 million naturalized citizens number. To put Trump's effort to redefine who counts as an American into perspective, over the last 50 years, fewer than 150 Americans have been denaturalized. Most of them are former war criminals who hid their pasts when they became American citizens. Denaturalization spiked during the Red Scare in 1919, 1920, when the government targeted alleged communists. But it largely disappeared after the Supreme Court imposed constitutional limits in the 1960s. If you've been paying attention to Trump, though, it's clear who he's thinking about targeting. Political opponents, judges, prosecutors, journalists, critics, and most importantly, dissenters. Case in point, what do the New York City Democratic nominee for mayor, Zoran Mamdani, and the billionaire Elon Musk have in common? Both are naturalized citizens who immigrated to this country. And right now, Trump doesn't like either of them. Since his victory at the Supreme Court a couple of weeks ago, Trump has openly suggested stripping both men of their citizenship and deporting them. Trump allies want to revoke Mamdani's citizenship, perhaps because he's managed to win back some MAGA voters in New York City's recent mayoral primary, making him a real threat to their inroads. Meanwhile, Elon Musk, once a MAGA mascot waving a chainsaw, has now fallen out of favor with Trump. Trump especially doesn't like Musk's talk of a
I haven't even been looking at the chat. He said it's easier when you're tall and conventionally attractive. Said computer love. Okay, you said I will go in on her floppy disk. Oh my God.
Establishing a third national political party. So Trump just casually threatens to deport him. Here's what's at stake. It's not just the families who'd be devastated by Trump's immigration policies. It's the heart of our democracy itself. Understand.
The BBB not
really understand that this memo lays the groundwork for a uniquely American caste system. One tier of citizenship that's permanent and protected, what we always all thought citizenship meant, and another lower tier, conditional, revocable, tied to whether you stay in the ruling party's good graces. Here's the absurd part. The white South Africans, whom Trump falsely called refugees who needed to escape a genocide and whom he recently imported and paraded before the cameras, could end up with more protections than longtime naturalized American citizens. Citizenship is supposed to be the bedrock of democracy, a promise that your rights don't depend on who you vote for, where your family comes from, or what you believe. When it's weaponized to punish dissent or to target our differences, that promise evaporates. And when citizenship itself becomes just an empty label, something the ruling party can take away whenever it wants, then democracy itself is in danger. And that changes everything. As Cassandra Burke Robertson writes, quote, the framers envisioned citizens as a sovereign, serving as the source of government power rather than its subjects. Allowing the government to strip citizenship from naturalized Americans for decades-old conduct creates exactly the kind of arbitrary governmental authority the Constitution was designed to prevent. End quote. Happy.
Oh, you said you were talking about the comments with the Pookie and Ray Ray? Nah. Well, the thing is, like I said, people give women a little bit too much credit. If you listen to guys in this space complain about women and the guys that they give chances and getting stuff like that, I know women be sitting back and be like, oof. He really think that I get those type of men like that? You know, bless his soul. You said I can't necessarily be mad at the type caste systems. I got mines. What do you mean, party? You said I ain't necessarily mad at that type of caste system. I got mine. A lot of the FBAs are confused though about this birthright citizenship thing. And they were even saying that, oh, Trump trying to take away our citizenship, or it's like a split thing. Some people think Trump is pro FBA, some people think he's not. I don't even know why they just limit it to FBA, but hey. Funny part is that this can expose if a lot of people's FBA or not.
Fourth.
That's crazy how he come up with
in the years after the American Civil War.
That's crazy how he come up with a damn blockchain or somewhat of a blockchain before they did. You know? Here's your big beautiful bill, y'all. When did they start letting people on the lawn like that?
Yesterday,
let's see if she actually breaks down what the big beautiful bill is about for us. Let's see crease by crease to see if she
record-breaking 26 hours of debate on the Senate floor. The One Big Beautiful Bill, and yes, that's its actual legal name, made it one step closer to passage when JD cast the tie-breaking vote, advancing the Senate amended bill back to the House of Representatives. Trump and Speaker of the House Mike Johnson have both set the self-imposed deadline of July 4th, very symbolic, to officially pass the bill and get it on Trump's desk for signature. With that tight timeline, Johnson and House Republicans have their work cut out for them today, Wednesday, July 2nd. Given how fucking awful this bill is, to the point that even some Republicans are willing to point it out, including Marjorie Taylor Greene, the MAGA wench herself, it's unclear if this thing will pass by the given deadline. But Trump's schedule is clear today, so he'll be actively making phone calls and twisting arms, likely yelling angrily at holdouts over the phone, as he is known to do, to force this thing through. Because ultimately, he doesn't give two shits what's in this thing as long as he can say it got done. Today, we're going to break down what's in this nearly 1,000-page bill, now that both chambers have had the opportunity to weigh in, what to keep an eye on as the House hashes this out, and how it's going to all impact you. With all of these threats feeling like they're looming over our heads, it's important to protect your personal security. Have you ever tried doing a Google search of your name? I did a search of my name and found some of my personal contact information online, which I don't love. I even searched my friends and family for a few weeks, and you'll stop seeing class VPN over the amount of the deficit increases under the Senate bill, which is larger than the House bill. So it's unclear whether they'll meet their deadline, but the major implications of the bill will likely remain the same, with some minor tweaks as they iron out the details. So I decided to go ahead and make the episode about the One Big Beautiful Bill today, even though we don't have the final version, because very few people know what's in this thing, and there is still time to annoy the shit out of your Republican representatives, unless this thing goes through before I manage to publish this video, in which case it's still very relevant, because it's going to tell you what's in this thing, okay? The Democrats are all standing opposed to the bill and are finally throwing up the procedural hurdles we have been begging them for months. They won't do anything, but they at least delay the process and make it a headache for Republicans. Where relevant, I will highlight the parts that are different in the House and the Senate versions of the bill. I think a major project for Democrats, a little too late in the process of passing this bill, is to get way fucking better at hammering home how awful this thing is for the average American. That work has largely been left up to the Congressional Budget Office, nonprofit advocacy groups, and the few Democrats in Congress who actually have a social media presence. Because the fact of the matter is that the Trump regime understands advertising, and it understands messaging and digital media better than Democrats, full stop. The White House has its own Big Beautiful Bill website. It highlights key economic factors that Americans will care about, like no taxes on tips, in an easy to understand way. It makes it interactive, and it makes it all seem legit. To be clear, the numbers on their site are not accurate. They are based on a report by the President's Council of Economic Advisors and presents financial outcomes from this bill that are dramatically and eye-poppingly different than every other think tank or nonprofit's predictions about the economic outcomes of this bill. Their methodology is opaque at best, and they make very generous assumptions about financial outcomes that aren't backed by history or economics or reality, but it makes it look really good on this website. I didn't find anything similar on the Democrat side. Do they not have access to web developers? What is going on? It's just Chuck Schumer in a corner yelling, "It's bad, Trump is bad," over and over, and Cory Booker making PowerPoint slides. What are we doing? Okay, so this bill is nearly 1,000 pages long, but for the ease of understanding, there are just a few broad strokes categories of changes. 1, taxes in the form of credits and deductions. 2, Medicaid. 3, SNAP or food stamp benefits. 4, federal student loans. And 5, immigration, plus a few miscellaneous. Let's start with the changes to the tax code. That is the bulk of this bill. You will notice a theme that these changes tend to mainly benefit middle and higher income earners. According to analysis by the Tax Foundation, quote, "The bills spend far too much money on political gimmicks and carve-outs. The bills further complicate the tax code in several ways, sending taxpayers through a maze of new rules and compliance costs that in many cases likely outweigh potential tax benefits." First and foremost, the bill makes permanent the cuts of the Tax Cuts and Jobs Act from 2017, passed during Trump's first term. So those tax brackets would remain in place and change for inflation moving forward. The Tax Cuts and Jobs Act, as a reminder, lowered the tax rate for all Americans except the lowest wage earners. Okay, and then they made a bunch of changes to tax credits and deductions. The Senate bill would permanently raise the child tax credit to $2,200. The House bill would raise it to $2,500, but require at least one parent to have a Social Security number. That sounds nice, but the problem is that you don't just get that amount of money if you have a kid. That's the cap. The actual amount you get is calculated based on 15% of your adjusted gross income. Additionally, it is only partially refundable. So if you owe a bunch in taxes and make enough money, then you would get that full $2,200 as a deduction to the amount of taxes you owe. So you're paying back $2,200 less than you would. But if your income is lower, then you typically get a return on your taxes as opposed to paying into taxes. The refundable portion is only worth $1,700. We already have this tax credit. It's currently capped at $2,000 under Trump's original Tax Cuts and Jobs Act. And according to CNN,
shout outs to Party. Party says, the way niggas function gonna put a lot of us at the bottom, but that's just choices. I wonder, I just wonder before Jekyll Island, what were people doing? Like there was no safety nets, and your government and your government broke. Seems like we're going back. He said that's the true meaning of we're not going back. This is interesting. A lot of people saying it's not good though. A lot of people saying it's gonna fall flat. It's not. It don't make any sense. They say it's horrible. Straight up.
NBC, 17 million children do not receive the full $2,000 tax credit because their families don't earn enough or owe enough taxes. So the increase benefits middle and higher income earners the most. The bill includes an increase of the SALT deduction, which stands for state and local tax deduction. That would increase to $40,000. The House made it permanent, but the Senate bill would revert the SALT deduction back to $10,000 by 2030. The benefit phases out for those who have more than $500,000 in income. What that means is that it allows taxpayers who itemize their deductions, meaning instead of taking the standard deduction, which is just a blanket amount, they itemize each deduction individually to deduct the state and local income and property taxes that they pay. So if I pay $10,000 in state taxes, I can include that as an expense in my federal tax deductions, effectively lowering my taxable income. As you can imagine, this deduction mainly helps upper middle income households. Lower earners generally don't itemize their tax deductions because they earn a regular W-2 income through a paycheck and don't have enough deductions to warrant doing an itemized deduction. Next, the incredibly hyped up no tax on tips or overtime. That's a little misleading. You'll still pay some taxes on your tips and overtime depending on how much you earn. You can avoid paying taxes on up to $25,000 of tip income and up to $12,500 in.
He says only horrible because they don't see what they're saying. Okay. You said bring back better 666 big beautiful bill. You said the loudest voices is saying they're mad because they have to do something, whether W-2 or be truly independent. Like what is exact? I mean, I hear what she's saying, but what exactly is it doing for taxes?
Overtime
she's saying
income
we gotta
if
pay
you
it back.
earn less than $150,000 a year as an individual. The income limits are key to at least trying to help curb against the wealthy abusing this rule, which
5 hours and 18 minutes into the madness. Please hit the like button. Support the show, y'all. It's Player Talk Radio. Getting into a little bit of politics on this side of the game. Give me 1 second, y'all. I'm trying get this scheduling thing going real quick. Hold on,
which was a concern that high-income industries would start reclassifying some of their income as tips to creatively avoid paying taxes. This is one of the only provisions I saw that genuinely seems to benefit tip industry workers who tend to be on the lower end of the income spectrum. And because of this, the Trump regime is really playing it up, including that interactive calculator on the big, beautiful bill White House website. But as we'll discuss, when all is said and done, the other cuts in this bill mostly cancel out the lowered taxes on tips and overtime for the lowest wage earners. The bill creates a new type of savings account. It expands 529 college savings accounts, which low-income Americans generally don't use, and creates Trump accounts. The government will deposit $1,000 into your Trump account as an incentive for having a baby. So you have a baby, you get $1,000. And then taxpayers can add up to $5,000 per.
You said benefits and privileges cost. You said AI will float the government if they can figure it out. Yeah, imagine that. Imagine when people start using AI to vote, and the AI will figure out the government start using AI. Wait until these millennials get in the office, and these millennials get in the office. This shit is
per
going
year that
down.
will grow tax-free until the beneficiary, the baby, withdraws the money at 18 or older. According to the Tax Foundation, quote, the major effect is to introduce a new baby bonus entitlement that requires taxpayers to track yet another small dollar account for 18 plus years. This is a missed opportunity to simplify saving and improve financial security for all Americans. The bill creates a senior bonus deduction. The House proposed $4,000. The Senate raised it to $6,000. It's called a bonus, but it's not a bonus. It's a tax deduction for individuals over 65 with up to $75,000 in adjusted gross income. This will be helpful for middle-income seniors, but will not benefit low-income seniors because they don't make enough money to pay taxes and therefore won't benefit from a tax deduction. The bill includes a car loan interest deduction where individuals with less than $100,000 in annual income could deduct up to $10,000 of annual interest in new auto loans. Jonathan Smoke, chief economist at Cox Automotive, told CNBC that in practice would amount to about $500 in tax deductions for the average new loan borrower. And the car must be assembled in the U.S., so only limited cars qualify. The bill guts Biden-era Inflation Reduction Act green energy tax credits, especially for individuals, such as those that you get when you buy an electric car or solar panels for your house. It introduces Foreign Entity of Concern, or FEOC, restrictions, so energy projects that would qualify for a credit, but that include involvement from China or Chinese-made parts, for example, wouldn't be eligible. One of the only tax credits it leaves intact from the Inflation Reduction Act is the Clean Fuel Production Tax Credit, a credit for businesses that create clean fuel. And one of my best friends actually works in sustainable fuels and was able to give me some tea on this one, so thank you to Meg. She explained that to qualify for the credit, the fuels have to reduce emissions by a certain amount. But the change in the big, beautiful bill allows for certain emissions to no longer be counted. And the kind you don't have to count towards your emissions totals anymore are the ones that use more corn and soy. So it looks like an environmental credit, but it instead just further subsidizes big ag, corn, and soy producers, who are major contributors to climate change. And this workaround was actually first introduced by my Democratic Senator Amy Klobuchar in the Farmer First Fuel Incentives Act, and it served.
Shout outs to LT Man in the building. Good to see you, bro. LT Man said, damn it, my Mercedes. Oh my God. LT Man said, damn it, my Mercedes and Lexus doesn't qualify. Look, man. It's a big, ugly bill, man.
Big business interests so well that even though it didn't pass, the Republicans were like, hell yeah, looks good, and shoved it into this bill. Okay, so moving on to healthcare. One additional change to the tax
code. Shout outs to LT Man. How's your 4th of July weekend going so far? Hopefully it's going better than mine. Oh, man. Party said it could, you said it man could probably get a health and wellness contract. I mean, they put it. Yeah, you gotta get that F-150 now, LT Man. They put it in the they just basically let people be able to, on their own. It's like it's not like Obamacare. I heard when Obamacare, first came out, it fucked up a lot of people's insurance, and it fucked up a lot of people's medical care. So I guess they leave it up to the people if they want to, get their own insurance or, their own medical, it's not like Trump care. Most people say Trump don't care. Shout outs to LT May. He said on the bike, chillaxing. I know that's right. Shout outs to Mama LT. Did you get to go out and eat this 4th of July weekend, or did you get to chill? And probably some other time. Shout outs to LT Man in the building. Speaking of LT Man, also, y'all, if you look over to the right and the comment that's pinned to the top of the chat, make sure you guys head over to hempforfitness.com. That is hempforfitness.com. You can click the QR link that's on the screen, or you can click the link that's pinned to the top of the chat and head over to hempforfitness.com. That is hempforfitness.com. The weekend is definitely not over, but you can definitely place your order. And on Monday or maybe Tuesday, your order will be at your front doorstep, So and I wanted to ask you, LT Man, do you have like priority shipping? Do you have next day shipping? I forgot to ask you about the shipping options. But that's also good to mention also. LT Man said Monday 1:30 p.m. mom will be 5K richer. That's what's up. That's what's up. She's very smart. I was about to say, yeah, make sure y'all be careful. Don't go pick it up this weekend. People are wilding the hell out this weekend. Definitely don't go pick it up this weekend. Definitely don't go pick it up this weekend. But Monday, that'll be perfect. Because this weekend has been crazy. I don't know. This whole month of July has been crazy. And, I need you guys to make sure you guys are taking care of yourself and being safe out there, Shout outs to DM in the building, Shout outs to everybody here. Please support the show. We're almost 6 hours, 5 hours and 30 minutes into the madness. And we are nowhere close to our goal. We're trying to hit our goal today. If you guys could please support the show, I would absolutely appreciate it. Please support the show. We're trying to get to 50 on today's show, and we are $48 shy of our goal. All right. DM said Obamacare also gave 40% of Americans medical care that didn't have or couldn't qualify. You said this new bill will be interesting. A lot of people will struggle. Yeah, they're saying it's bad. You said especially the power class to be American to get wealth transfers. Salute Kuda in chat. You said the DM. Some will struggle, some will prosper. Yeah, man, that's what it looks like. EB said that shooting in the Chi was crazy. Queen stabbings and shooting throughout New York City. Yeah, Mellow Bucks had a album album release party type thing, and that shit got shot up, and she lost her boyfriend, and like I think like 2-3 girls got hit and killed, and doo-wop from Chief Keef's Glow Gang. Like a lot of people got, man, that shit was scary, you know? Not scary, but sad. And then 4Extra done blew his damn hand off. Like, what are we doing out here, man? All right. We're getting into a little bit of politics,
that the bill
y'all.
removes premium tax credits that low-income Americans can use to help offset the cost of health insurance premiums. The Senate version of the bill also cuts $1 trillion from Medicaid. The House version made $800 billion in cuts. This includes cuts to states and to providers, which would force states to make up the difference either by increasing state taxes, tightening qualification requirements, or eliminating certain benefits. And providers will have to close their doors or operate while understaffed without that funding, which will impact everyone trying to access our healthcare system, regardless of whether or not they get Medicaid benefits. There are new work rules that would require Medicaid beneficiaries who are 19 to 64 years old to work at least 80 hours per month unless they qualify for an exemption. That means that they would need to send proof to the government that they are working or exempt from work requirements regularly. Eligibility redeterminations would be required to happen every 6 months instead of every 12 months like they are now, and every new check-in presents a new opportunity for people to fall through the cracks, either for
I don't know why people aren't using the damn oven lighters for these damn fireworks, but that shit is getting out of hand. He said as soon as he lit it, it blew up. And it fucked up somebody else's face also. And he lost his hand. He was blind. You know,
from bureaucratic mishandling or just living in poverty and having to also remember to file shit with the federal government. I already made a whole episode about why work requirements do not work. The Senate version of the bill has stricter requirements for parents. They can only claim work exemptions if they have a dependent 14 or under. And I guess the idea being your kid is 15 now, get back to work and send that child.
What's going on? What's going on, Stoic? You said out of hand, losing hands. Yeah, that's handy. You know? Handyman.
Child into the mines while you're at it. She yearns for them anyway.
Yeah, daddy leg bud, papa
There would also
leg
be
bud,
a
yeah.
new $35 co-payment charge to patients using Medicaid services. The Congressional Budget Office estimates that 12 million Americans.
That's another thing too, EB. That's another thing too. Because we live in a like everybody damn near is everybody nowadays is damn near on some type of medication nowadays. I've never seen all of these people, especially in America, you know, are on some type of opioids or some type of depression pills, or you know what I'm saying, or some type of some type of metal, some type of drug over the counter, or you know what I'm saying, or just in general, these guys are on some type of all kinds of medication. So this is why I tell you guys, if you're gonna self-medicate, do it the right way and take care of your body. Take care of your health. Sometimes you're going to have to take your body back and take care of your body and take care of your health. You know what I'm saying? To even get off those drugs that your doctor and people put you on. Of course, you're going to feel bad when you're trying to get off of them. And sometimes, you got to self-medicate. Y'all don't be doing y'all research on some of those, things that your doctor is giving you, and Ritalin and stuff like that. Some of y'all been taking, certain things since y'all were kids. So once you start eating better, and once you start taking care of your health and not being dependent on, on the stuff that they give you to become dependent on, because they be putting y'all on some hard shit. No play drugs. They put y'all on the real stuff. So this is why I need y'all to do me a huge favor and hit the link or scan this QR code or take a picture of it with your phone and head over to hempforfitness.com and take more of a natural approach to your health and fitness journey. Take more of a natural approach to your health and fitness journey. You might as well be taking natural supplements that are from the earth. Because, yeah, some of the medicine can provide immediate relief. But sometimes you rob your body of giving it the natural process of taking in the actual natural, herbs and the natural, supplements that it needs. So if you are taking medication and stuff like that, and this is not medical advice, I would advise you to, stop or take a low dose and then, take some of the nourishing, take some of the nourishing stuff that you can find over on hempforfitness.com if it fits the profile of what you're looking for. Um, you know, Low dose your medicine and just start to slowly but surely make your way over to natural supplements. You know what I'm saying? Don't necessarily cold turkey and confuse your body. Low dose your medication and naturally start going to the gym, sweating some of that stuff out. Head over to hempforfitness.com. Create a plan for yourself. See what they got there. You don't necessarily have to make your order today, but see what they got there. Do your research, and you'll realize that, hey, you know what? They got great products over there at a great price. I can low dose my medication and switch over to something natural and then don't even have to take my medication at all. Because if you go look at some of the pills and stuff that y'all are taking, bro, it's fucking up your liver and your kidneys. America got us, into like we have to instantly get something when naturally your body is supposed to be taking these things in. Sometimes you rob your body of naturally. That's why it fucks up your liver and a lot of your organs. So sometimes you don't even realize you got to recover from the medication that you're taking. Head over to hempforfitness.com. Do the right thing, man.